Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Friday, September 16th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. We've got a football weekend ahead of us and hoping it feels nice.
Yeah, Purple Friday as well, too, Meg. Our first home game of the season right here in Ravens country. And we are taking a look at a cooler morning. Numbers outside are looking real nice right now as we take a look outside. From our Towson camera here in our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, everything looking good there at the Towson traffic circle. Check out these numbers. How about some lower 50s for you in Owings Mills and Cockeysville up in the Hunt Valley, 56 in Woodlawn and Brooklyn Park, 53 in Baltimore City, and you're at 51 in Ellicott City. So it is definitely cooler this morning than yesterday. Awesome afternoon ahead and then warmer temperatures on the way for our final weekend of summer. So get out there, get the yard work done, and you can see those numbers steadily rising from 50s this morning on our way to the lower 80s this afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got your live cameras pulled up, and I'll tell you what, pretty smooth moving out there. Very light traffic at this hour. 4:31 now. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will have to wait another 6 months for her federal trial. The judge in the case announcing the jury trial will begin March 27th, and this is the second time the trial was moved. It was originally scheduled for May, and then it was moved to September 19th. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a look into how this delay could impact the case. Turning now to a city in crisis, Baltimore police are looking for help identifying a murder suspect. We want you to take a good look at your screen here. This person is accused of beating and robbing 60-year-old Victor Malabalabas in August. It happened on South Kenwood Avenue, right near Fleet Street. The suspect was seen leaving the area in a 2005 gold Buick Regal. If you have any information, call Baltimore Police or Metro Crime Stoppers. That number's on your screen there, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. Baltimore City Schools is responding to some criticism this morning surrounding the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur, among the holiest of the year. The school system scheduled parent-teacher conferences on the holiday, some saying that is disrespectful to families who want to celebrate. The school system releasing a statement apologizing for that scheduling conflict. It says schools are now being directed to provide alternative days and times to attend parent-teacher conferences to families who cannot attend because of Yom Kippur. Athletic games scheduled for the holiday have been postponed. The future of the Hilton Hotel in Baltimore City now in question. The city owns the hotel. It borrowed $300 million to build it in hopes that it would attract more businesses and events to the nearby convention center. The hotel hasn't been able to consistently turn a profit, but the city continues to pour money into it. Now there's an economist that is saying that selling the hotel likely is not an option.
Here's the thing. None of us wants to sell an asset when performance is poor. And it should be noted that the city will be having to pay around $500 million in principal and interest until the year 2046. And so who wants to take on that kind of liability, especially because risk of recession is high right now? So what the city needs to do is turn around this performance, increase occupancy rates, increase average room rates, increase free cash flow coming from the hotel. It's going to take time, but if it wants to get out from under this debacle, that's exactly what it needs to do.
Well, city leaders have put roughly $16 million into the hotel since the start of the pandemic. Friends, teammates, and family of Jeremiah Brogdon gathering at Mervo to hold a vigil in his honor at the school's football field where he used to play for the Mustangs. If you remember, Brogdon was shot and killed in front of the school Friday, September 2nd. His coach actually presented Jeremiah's mother with his jersey.
I also want to thank you, Mom, for giving us opportunity to coach your son, do our best to mentor your son, love your son, and to receive the love that he gave each and every last one of us. I just want to sincerely say that my condolences, and thank you again for giving me that opportunity to get to know you and your son.
Brogdon's family was given another jersey that he last played in, that he will be buried with. Turning now to counties under pressure, a 16-year-old Randallstown High School student was arrested after police say that he brought a gun into the school. The school says a staff member and a school safety assistant found a student acting suspiciously in the hallway. The staff member then called a school resource officer who found the gun in the student's backpack. Let's take a look at today's headlines now. The Maryland Department of Transportation will be unveiling its plan for the fall. President Joe Biden expected to meet with the family of WNBA star Brittany Griner to discuss her future in a Russian prison. And there's a Ravens pep rally happening in Dundalk ahead of the home opener this Sunday against the Dolphins. Be sure to send us your Purple Friday photos and videos on Chime In. The debate over mail-in ballots continues this morning, just 6 weeks away from early voting. Still ahead, gubernatorial candidates weighing in on what they do and don't want to have happen. Plus, a chilly Friday morning with temperatures starting in the 50s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the summer-like temperatures return. Time now 4:35, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back, everybody. 4:38 is your time right now. Looking out over M&T Bank Stadium. It'll be popping on Sunday afternoon for the Ravens' first home game as the Dolphins are in town. Both teams coming in undefeated. I know we've only been 1 week in the season, but still, it's good. 1-0 is better than 0-1. All right, so here's a look at your jogging cast. Actually cool this morning with numbers staying in the 50s. Should be very nice if you want to get outside for some early morning exercise. We're back with your full forecast, including a warmer weekend ahead. That's coming up in a bit. Meg?
Sounds great, Justin. In your national news this morning, Democrats are postponing a vote to protect same-sex marriage until after the midterms. The bill cleared the House in July. Democrats plan to hold a vote in the Senate in the coming weeks, but negotiations have stalled over concerns about religious liberty. Lawmakers added an amendment this week clarifying that the new bill would not affect any rights already enshrined in the law. Members of the bipartisan group negotiating the legislation say they believe they can get more Republican support after the elections are over. A group of bipartisan attorneys general are urging the president to classify fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. The 18 leaders sent a letter to the president Thursday saying this unorthodox solution may help end the national opioid crisis. The designation would require action from Homeland Security and the DEA. The AGs say treating it as a narcotics control problem isn't working, and new methods may disrupt what foreign companies and drug cartels are doing. In April, Biden sent his first national drug control strategy to Congress, designed to lower overdose deaths in the immediate term and reduce drug use over the long term. In your international news this morning, Republican senators calling on President Biden to crack down on corruption in Latin America. Florida Senators Rick Scott and Marco Rubio say President Biden isn't doing enough to fight human rights abuses in Venezuela, Colombia, Nicaragua, and Cuba. They're calling for more restrictions to U.S. assets and revoking business licenses to U.S. companies operating in Cuba and Venezuela. They say that Biden's current policies help dictators maintain their grip on power, encourage drug trafficking, and promote illegal mass migration.
And I hope this will be the start of the Biden administration finally not abandoning freedom and liberty and the fight for freedom and liberty in Latin America.
Those calls come just weeks ahead of the November midterms. Hispanic voters make up more than 10% of the country's electorate, while the majority of them have long voted for Democrats. Polling indicates that could be shifting. Turning now to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's president says a mass grave was found near an eastern city recently recaptured from Russian forces. Journalists with the Associated Press reporting seeing that the burial site in a forest just outside one of the city of Izium. According to Ukrainian authorities, it contains more than 440 bodies. A senior investigator for Ukrainian police says that some of the bodies were shot, some died from artillery fire or airstrikes. President Volodymyr Zelensky saying in a video address, quote, "Russia leaves death everywhere, and it must be held accountable for it." Well, the Biden administration is imposing new sanctions for human rights abuses in Ukraine and the theft of grain. The State Department saying 23 officials and 31 government agencies and firms will have their assets frozen and are now banned from conducting business with Americans. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that those sanctions include a leader involved in the purposeful removal of children from Ukraine. They also include 17 Russian and Ukrainian officials said to be working for the Russian government to destabilize Ukraine. A 6-month setback for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. What this could mean for the case moving forward.
A bit of a strategy shift today on the monkeypox virus from the CDC. I'm Liz Bonus. We share what they want all of us to know to prevent this virus. It is just ahead.
4:45 and in your health headlines this morning, the Biden administration is updating its strategy to fight COVID-19. The White House unveiling a plan called Global COVID Response 2.0. The president is requesting $4 billion to focus on another vaccine push. The announcement coincides with the UN General Assembly meeting, and world leaders are expected to discuss the plan. The CDC is releasing its new monkeypox strategy. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains why reaching out to minorities is one of the agency's top goals.
Hey there, everybody. The CDC sharing a bit of a strategy shift today. With more than 22,000 cases of monkeypox confirmed in the United States, there are still concerns that those who need the vaccine or preventive therapies are not getting them.
We know there's a lot more to do, especially for Black and brown communities.
After weeks of focusing on providing monkeypox vaccines at large events of high-risk populations, the next phase of the monkeypox vaccine equity pilot program has just launched.
That focuses on smaller projects that help us reach the communities we need to link to monkeypox vaccines, education, testing, and treatment.
The CDC now asking local health departments that have been on the front lines of targeting people of all age groups, populations, and ethnicities for coronavirus vaccines to submit applications for additional monkeypox vaccines. The doses would be based on local and national data, which would not only reach those at high risk of getting or spreading the virus, but also reach those less likely to be vaccinated against it or who have barriers to access. They will give special consideration to those who are Black, Hispanic, gay, bisexual, or transgender.
That's where we need to do the outreach. We've become accustomed to doing that outreach. We've learned some lessons from how we've done it during COVID, of course.
Dr. Anthony Fauci also saying they're studying monkeypox preventative treatment medicine in those with diverse ethnic backgrounds around the world and here in the U.S.
So the plan will involve more than 60 clinical sites in the United States with a target enrollment of 530 people.
Your own doctor, of course, can direct you to where you need to go to get some of these preventative measures. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. 4:47. Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at your forecast.
Well, I was talking about this yesterday. Today, the coolest morning of the week by far. Some lower 50s and right near that 40-degree mark for some of us, or at least into the 40s, at least in some of our valleys and areas to the north and west of Baltimore City. Overall, definitely a nice start here as we look out over the inner harbor. Dry conditions and temperatures officially at 53 degrees, so we can still drop a couple degrees before we get to the warmer part of the day today. That dew point hanging on at 51 degrees, and we're going to keep those dew points in the pleasant category. Now, tomorrow, still comfortable, but notice what happens on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. There's a gradual upward tick in those dew point temperatures, and that means we'll have a little bit more of the muggy feeling as we head into the middle of the weekend and toward early next week. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, 50s and 60s is what we're talking about. Nothing but sunshine. Once that sun comes up, almost 7 o'clock is going to be your sunrise, and it goes to bed a little bit after 7 o'clock as we inch closer to 12 hours of day and night. The autumnal equinox happens next Thursday night. Here's a look at your forecast. If you want to get out there and get some golf this morning, we're talking about upper 60s by 9 a.m., 78 by noon, lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We only hit 80 yesterday, so our numbers are going to be just a little bit warmer today. A lot of us in the upper 70s across Westminster and the Hereford zone over to Reisterstown. 81 in Towson and Lutherville, 80 as well for you in Perry Hall and White Marsh this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you'll see those upper 70s and lower 80s for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Odenton right now. Severna Park at 79 for your high. And up and down the 95 corridor, 70s and 80s continue to be the case. Mid 70s in New York City and Boston, so cooler to the north and heading down the ocean this weekend, looking at 73 in Ocean City. Look what our temperatures are going to do. They're going back up. Summer is not done. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, upper 80s and lower 90s is what we're going to see. So we'll have a nice little stretch there of above average temps right as we slide into autumn. Here's that big old H right there, that ridge of high pressure that's going to be on top of us here for today and keeping us dry as we head into the weekend. But that ridge slides off to the east on Sunday and Monday, and that's going to pick up more of a southerly flow, which will give us more of the heat and humidity that's going to move back into the area. So here's that 7-day forecast. Of course, Ravens game on Sunday should be great weather, albeit warm. Upper 80s on Sunday afternoon, right about 90 90 on Monday. And you can see fall now on our 7-day forecast, which is Thursday. Now, it's not till Thursday night officially, so the first full day of fall is actually next Friday. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. The outer loop of 695 is closed. This is because of a crash between Route 40 and Edmondson Avenue, just now starting to create some backups as a result. So try to avoid this as the morning continues. This could be bad as we move through the rush hour. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones joining us with the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a delay. It's Penn Train 505. That's presently running about 10 to 15 minutes late. Allow time for travel in that instance. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find clear sailing from end to end. No delays or issues. Metro Subway Link single tracking between out there in both directions this morning. Due to maintenance, allow time for travel as you will incur a delay on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and you have the chance to go for free. The Wheel of Fortune Live tour performance is happening at the Hallett Live Casino in Hanover on September 24th and 25th. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning and wait for your cue to call, and the 10th caller is going to win 2 VIP tickets to the show on the 25th. DPW admitting their faults in the response to the E. coli crisis. What Fox 45 News is doing to ease residents' concerns who don't trust the water.
Less than 2 months from Election Day, and the fight intensifying to win over one particular group of voters, why they can make or break a party's chances, coming up.
.454, topping your vote 2022 coverage. Republican candidate for Governor Dan Cox is filing a motion opposing the Maryland State Board of Elections petition, asking the courts to allow the board to start opening and counting mail-in ballots as they arrive. The numbers would not be released until after polls close. According to state law, those votes cannot be counted until after Election Day. In the primary election in July, that created a delay in results. Dan Cox says counting the ballots early creates doubts in the election system. In a statement, he says, quote, the Board of Elections asking the courts to change the rules of election weeks prior to the election being held is unacceptable and further undermines trust in the outcome of elections. Democratic candidate for Governor Wes Moore responding to Cox's motion, saying in part, at some point, we have to be honest about the fact that Dan Cox just isn't all that into the foundation of American democracy, fair and free elections. The statement goes on to say these attacks are not only dangerous to Maryland, but to our democracy as a whole. Well, we are hearing from the candidates. Less than 2 months before Election Day, Dan Cox and Wes Moore took part in a virtual forum hosted by the nonprofit group Maryland Family Network. The two spoke about the Time to Care Act, currently set to take effect in 2025, that would offer all Maryland workers 12 weeks paid time off for family medical leave. While Moore is all for it, Cox wants to add some stipulations.
Because the incentive needs to be there. If you just crush the small business community with a mandate, with an unfunded mandate, you won't actually provide more childcare access or time at home with the child. You'll actually cancel the jobs.
When you have the fact that Maryland ranks 7th for the most expensive childcare inside the country, and with costs that are exceeding that of in-state college tuition, we know we have a system that is functionally ruptured and needs to get fixed.
Well, the first official debate between the two candidates is set for October 12th. Meanwhile, Democrats and Republicans all across the nation are working to win over Hispanic voters ahead of the midterm elections. There's been a potentially dramatic shift that could have a big impact on this election season. Sinclair chief political correspondent Scott Thuman has the numbers.
Hola, mi nombre es Luisana.
A rare and calculated move, the White House briefing Thursday started in Spanish, outreach to the nation's largest non-white group.
Thanks to President Biden, we saw the biggest one-year drop in Latina unemployment.
With midterms less than 2 months away, the presidential just over 2 years, the race is on to win over as many Latino and Hispanic voters possible. For Biden, it's been a struggle to recapture the si se puede, or yes we can, fervor of his former boss.
It's important for jobs. It's important how much they're paying for food, how much they're paying for their mortgage. And they're not seeing any of that reflected in the policies that are coming from the Democrats.
New analysis by the Wall Street Journal explains though Hispanics still favor Democrats over Republicans, the level of that support has been falling dramatically. In the 2020 presidential election, there were significant drops, down 28 points in Florida, 18 in Texas and Wisconsin, 16 points in Nevada, 12 in Pennsylvania, and 10 points in Arizona. Their main concerns: jobs, the economy, healthcare, effective schools, and public safety. That's evident in Colorado's Senate race, where Republican Joe O'Dea in Spanish is promoting everything from jobs to lower gas prices. And incumbent Democrat Michael Bennet highlighting his actions, not words, helping pass the American Rescue Plan and a child tax credit.
Los logros hablan más claro que las palabras.
Republicans could be hurting their chances too, though. Critics accusing the governors of Florida and Texas of using undocumented immigrants as political pawns, busing, even flying them to the home of Vice President Harris, New York City, and affluent Martha's Vineyard. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Fox 45 News taking matters into our own hands following the E. coli contamination in West Baltimore. Coming up, the new tests we're waiting on this morning.
Marilyn Mosby's trial has been delayed again. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why experts think this could cause complications.
And temperatures are actually chilly this morning. That taste of fall on our final weekend of summer. Going to break this down a bit further for you. Coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, just about 5 o'clock on this Friday, September 16th. Yeah, and it's a purple Friday.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm Tom Rogers, and we are in for a lot of football this weekend, too, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, here we go. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at what we can be expecting here, and not necessarily football-like.
Well, not on Sunday. It won't be. It'll be warm, guys, as we take a closer look at our forecast. It feels great right now. Definitely that fall feel is in the air as we take you outside our downtown camera over the Inner Harbor. Everything is nice and quiet and calm at this time. Look at all the green on this map. These are the color contours for your temperatures. A lot of us are in the low to mid 50s. Chestertown at 51. We're at 54 in Bel Air and 55 in Baltimore City right now. So a cool Friday morning with an awesome afternoon ahead, and then warmer temperatures for the weekend. Checking your morning drive. Yeah, you definitely want those windows down. Maybe the seat warmers with 56 by 6 a.m. and low to mid 60s into that 7 to 8 o'clock hour. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And yes, 695, look at this right here, shut down. You're being directed off of it. It's closed because of an accident. Camera's not showing where that accident is right there, but you can see they're directing off of 695, rerouting you, and eventually you'll get back on. So just be prepared for that. This is right at 40, so you're west side of the outer loop.
The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours. And frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled.
It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
Now to a city in crisis. City council members pressing DPW's director right there, you just saw, on why the E. coli crisis in West Baltimore hasn't been or wasn't addressed sooner.
The Department of Public Works says the contaminated water was first discovered on Friday, September 2nd, but it took until the following Monday to notify the public. DPW insists they could have done better.
Well, trust in the water supply isn't a given for the people of West Baltimore now. So now Fox 45 News is having independent tests done.
Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio. She has more on the process aimed at helping give residents peace of mind. Shannon, is it working?
Well, we'll have to see, Megan. This morning, those water samples are at the lab, and we are awaiting those results, which will hopefully help ease concerns and get answers. Because even though the mayor says the water is safe to drink as of last Friday, a lot of people we're speaking to just are not confident in that. Harlem Park resident Denise Knight is one of them.
Not knowing, that's a scary thing. I hope he was right. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but, this test will tell.
Well, she mentioned those tests. Well, 2 EPA certified water samplers from 2 Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories were at Knight's home yesterday taking those samples. And that's after we reached out to several MDE approved water testing labs to test her water. In the end, Fountain Valley Analytical and Atlantic Blue Water Services were selected, and our cameras documented their sample gathering.
You've got something called thiosulfate in here that counteracts the chlorine.
We want to make sure everything's sterile before we put it in the bottle so that we don't get any contamination from here. All right, I'm all finished.
Well, these specialists have now submitted the samples to MDE-approved water testing labs of Maryland, and of course, we will keep you posted with those results. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Who would you trust to fix the Department of Public Works? Mayor Brandon Scott, City Council, both or neither? And so far, as you see on the bottom right there, 97% of those who have voted so far say neither. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
It is what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah, this is as fast as the court could do it.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will have to wait another 6 months for her federal trial.
Now, the judge in this case announcing the jury trial will begin March 27th. This is the second time, though, the trial was moved. It was originally scheduled for May, and then it was moved to September 19th.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a look into how this delay could impact the case. Olivia.
Good morning. And yeah, Marilyn Mosby's trial was supposed to start on Monday right here at the federal courthouse. But as you mentioned, the trial's been delayed until next year. And some experts say that could cause complications. Mosby had asked the court for a speedy trial, which won't happen now that the trial is delayed until March 27th, 2023. But take a listen to Mosby's defense attorney reacting to that delay.
Here's what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah, this is as fast as the court could do it.
The delay comes after Mosby's defense team added an expert witness to their case. This then forced prosecutors to ask for more time to request a witness of their own. But experts say the delay could cause complications.
I don't expect the theories to change much, but there's always the risk that witnesses may become unavailable.
If the government has more time to get a rebuttal expert or to parse through Mosby's representations of what she will present at trial, I think it definitely puts them in a better position.
And Megan and Tom, it's also important to mention that with this new delay, Mosby will no longer be in office as state's attorney when the trial starts. Back to you.
Olivia, this is the second time the trial has been delayed. Is that correct?
Yeah, Megan, that's right. The trial was originally delayed back in April, and that's when the date for September was then set. But Mosby's defense team had requested that the trial be postponed for similar reasons as the delay this time. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, here is a look at the timeline for this case, this new look here. The defense will provide more information on their witness on October 7th. There will be 2 hearings in January, both on motion and deadlines. Then there will be a pretrial hearing March 7th. Jury selection scheduled for March 23rd and 24th. Again, the trial is set to begin March 27th.
On Wednesday, after the trial was delayed, Mosby's attorney, A. Scott Bolden, spoke out against the delay, and now prosecutors are asking for a gag order. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will be joining us live again with what this means and how this could affect the delayed trial.
Now, from the live center for you this morning, this is a live look right now taking you to New York City and Manhattan here, where a longtime state judge now named as the independent arbiter to review the documents that were seized in the FBI search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home. Senior Judge Raymond Dearie was put forward as a possible candidate for the special master role by Trump, who had sued to win the review. And Dearie appointed by Ronald Reagan in 1986. U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon writing in her order, quote, "The court does not find it appropriate to accept the government's conclusions on these important and disputed issues without further review by a neutral third party. Dearie will now be responsible for reviewing the entire inventory, 11,000 documents. About 100 of those were deemed classified. Dearie then must identify any personal materials of Trump's that should be possibly returned to the former president's possession. And he doesn't have a lot of time. He must finish his review by Wednesday, November 30th, after the midterm elections. Now, the judge also refusing to allow the Justice Department to continue its use of these classified documents taken by the FBI in Mar-a-Lago last month. DOJ now planning to appeal. Record attendance for the state fair. What attractions drew in the large crowd for this year's event?
Wow. The wound is still deep, Tom, us losing this milkshake thing at the fair 2 weeks later. But it's all right. We're going to get it back next year, and we'll take a closer look at your forecast coming up after the break. Welcome back.
And an all-time gross income for fair attractions.
I saw just 8 piglets be born in one day. So if that counts as attendance, we're really rocketing. The fair this year, by the way, moved to a 3-weekend format instead of the traditional 12 straight days. Fair officials saying that really contributed to the success. Preparation for next year's fair already underway, just like that.
Yeah. Do you think you're the biggest Ravens fan? Well, think again, the superfan that went above and beyond to show his support for his favorite team.
And Fox 45 is your home for all things football. Just ahead this morning, the big games you'll need to keep an eye on this weekend when it comes to college football. 5:12 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. Coming up on 5:15, looking ahead this morning, college football back for week 3 here. Big noon kickoff is on Fox 45 this Saturday. Coverage starts at 10 a.m.
Yeah, Oklahoma taking on Nebraska. That's at noon, followed by BYU, Oregon at 3:30. Toledo is at Ohio State at 7, and then Fresno State taking on USC at 10:30. That's a lot of college football. Fox 45 News will then air at 10:30 on our sister station, WNUV.
Not a big Ohio State fan, but man, against Toledo, that's going to be a rough game. Also, Saturday, the CW will be airing HBCU games all throughout the season here. And this is courtesy of the Black College Sports Broadcasting Network. This week, Winston-Salem State University will be taking on Elizabeth City State University. Kickoff is at 11.
Then on Sunday, Ravens have their home opener against Miami Dolphins. Kickoff is at 1. Coming up at 5:30, Shannon Little will be joining us with everything you need to know if you're going to the game.
Yeah, first home opener. Washington Commanders, meantime, taking on the Detroit Lions at 1 o'clock. And you can watch that game live right here on Fox 45. Take a look at this. You ready? Our viewer, Dante Johnson, sent us this video of her husband's man cave. I think she's in awe, completely decked out in Ravens merch there. I mean, there's a decal, at least 6, 7, 10 decals on every wall as you look around. And the mannequin in the corner there? You see that?
The mannequin, I like that, wearing the Under Armour. You know.
What are the things on the top of the shelf there? Are those tickets that are mounted, or like framed maybe? Or playing cards?
Yeah, maybe that. Bobbleheads, maybe wrapped in.
Wow. Look at that. They are ready for the game. I think there's purple lights illuminating down.
Yeah, just incredible right there. I mean, you walk in, you're like, hey, who are you rooting for? Yeah.
Who do you think they'd say?
My goodness, yeah, this is unbelievable.
Oh, wait, that was a Bills helmet. I saw a Buffalo Bills helmet in that showcase right there.
It was a throwback helmet from a Ravens helmet.
Really?
Yeah, it was a different. Throwback.
Did it look like the Bills to you, too?
It did look like the Bills, yeah.
I like the underlighting of the couch there, too. Not bad. The seats.
Keeping it nice and purple for Purple Friday, right?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if they're going to be there on Sunday or at the game.
They should stay in the man cave.
If you do all that, right, you should be at your should be in the cave from now on. You'll never go see a game.
That's a big discussion, guys, because a lot of people nowadays are like, okay, the game's great, going to it, being there, but like being at home when you have all of your friends around and you can go to the bathroom whenever you want. You don't have to stand in a trough, you know, that kind of thing. I mean,
you're supposed to stand in the trough.
Yeah,
I got you.
Either way. But guys, let me tell you, going to be warm for the Ravens on Sunday, and everybody who is going to the game at M&T Bank Stadium. That means our friends from Miami who are going to be in town, well, they're used to heat and humidity, and the Ravens, you know, we play definitely when it's a little bit colder, but it will be warm on Sunday afternoon. We'll take a look at that Ravens game day forecast here in just a moment. Our Towson cam looking good right now overall in our traffic circle. Check out some of these temperatures, guys. I mean, we're almost in the 40s in Frederick, right at 50 degrees, even Columbia in at 51. Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, you're at 52 this morning, while we're at 54 in Bel Air, and we're down in the mid-60s in Annapolis, a little warmer, always by the water, that kind of marine influence. So our muggy meter looks like this. Our dew point temperatures staying in the 50s, so the drier air is in place today. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, definitely one of those days where you send them off with a jacket, and then they won't need anything when you pick them up this afternoon, because we're talking about lower 80s overall, a cool morning and a nice afternoon for the kids at the bus stop. And a great day to hang by the pool today. Look at the warmer temperatures. Saturday and Sunday, mid to upper 80s. Should be a fantastic final weekend of summer with nothing but sunshine. We know we love being outdoors and doing stuff outdoors in Maryland here. Upper 70s and 80s across Westminster and Bel Air. 77 Chestertown, your city at 76 in Annapolis, and lower 80s for Baltimore this afternoon. Now notice where the heat is today, and you can see that heat that's kind of shifting. Earlier this week it was out west. Now it's in the Central Plains and moving a little bit closer to the Mid-South. 88 in Nashville today, 91 in Memphis. We're going to get in on some of that heat by the time we get to the weekend. But still a great afternoon today, tomorrow, or Sunday to get out there and get some yard work done. I do want to update you on Tropical Storm Fiona. 50-mile-an-hour winds. This is expected to bring some rain to the Leeward Islands as early as this weekend. And we're going to see the potential for that also just south of Puerto Rico over toward the Dominican Republic by early Monday morning. Then it does make that right turn and start heading north, and that's when we'll have to really pay attention to it in terms of the potential of it making a run at the U.S. East Coast. Either way, still tropical storm strength winds at just 50 miles an hour. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, which includes the Ravens game on Sunday at a high of 88, 90 on Monday. So, yeah, we're not done with that heat yet, and you can see fall at the end of that 7-day, guys. We're still looking at highs in the upper 80s on Thursday afternoon. All right, big issues on the road, right, Tom?
Yeah, specifically the outer loop right at 40. So we're talking about in Catonsville right here, right at Frederick Road. They're shutting it down here at 40. You see him directing traffic off, and then you come back on the next exit, though. You're getting back on in Catonsville here, just a little bit at Frederick. So there's 3 vehicles involved in this accident that has completely shut down all the lanes on the outer loop. That's the only information they're providing right now. Not sure exactly what happened there. Well, now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Friday morning, Mark.
Well, good Friday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 505 and Camden train 841 running about 10 to 15 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for your commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, on-time service from end to end, no delays. Metro Subway Link is single tracking between the West Cold Spring and State Center stations. As a result, you'll find delays in your travel. So allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. Also, just getting reported 3 vehicles on 83 JFX northbound causing some issues there. A local case making your national headlines once again. Adnan Syed's guilty verdict 22 years ago is on the verge of being vacated. Why the office that fought for 2 decades to keep the conviction is just now changing its tune. The evidence that's emerging.
And countdown to kickoff. Looking forward to Sunday's game against the Dolphins. We're going to tell you how you can get ready for the home opener. 5:21 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
.524 now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has a few months left in office. She was voted out in June. Ivan Bates won the Democratic primary election.
She is using those last few months to make some high-profile decisions. Her office now trying to vacate the sentence of Adnan Syed, the man convicted of killing his girlfriend, Heyman Lee, back in 2000.
And Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost explains how the timing of Mosby's decision is raising questions about the motive.
Adnan Syed's case gripped the country following the podcast Serial, and then was the focus of several books and other podcasts later. More than 20 years after his conviction, Marilyn Mosby says he should get a new trial because of new evidence. But the move comes just hours before jury selection was scheduled to begin in Mosby's own federal case. Chronicled on the hit podcast Serial, Adnan Syed and his case back in the spotlight after Marilyn Mosby in her office filing a motion in court asking a judge to vacate Syed's murder conviction. Mosby says new evidence and 2 unnamed suspects now identified have resulted in the state lacking confidence in the integrity of the conviction. The timing of the motion itself, though, raising even more questions about Mosby's motives.
It's totally bizarre.
Attorney Kurt Nachman says as Mosby's own future hangs in the balance, she could be using the high-profile move to drum up support or distract from the federal charges against her.
The timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
News of the filing broke as Mosby walked into federal court Wednesday, where a judge delayed her trial again. Given the lengthy history of Syed and failed attempts at a new trial,
every single court that's seen his case has rejected his appeals.
Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute says Mosby's motion was nothing but strategic.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
As Mosby's trial is pushed again, the calendar gets closer to when she will be out of a job.
She's lost the election. She certainly wants to move on with her life.
Her lead defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden, already talking about how Mosby will soon be unemployed and without income.
She's got a family. She's lost an election. She needs income after January 6th, as you all well know.
With speculation swirling behind motives. Ms. Mosby, was the Syed case a distraction from you for this personal matter? Marilyn Mosby herself staying tight-lipped about the driving force behind her news-making decision. More details about when or if Adnan Syed will get a new trial have yet to be released. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Prosecutors in Marilyn Mosby's case are asking for a gag order. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why, plus when we could see it put in place.
The countdown is on for the Ravens home opener this weekend. Coming up, I will break down everything you need to know before the big game. It is 5:28. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. Welcome to Friday, September 16th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. Feels good on this Friday morning, crisp, and it's going to be a gorgeous weekend, right? Yeah. A lot of football, too. Yeah. The debate will be, do you sit inside and watch all the college football, and then, of course, the Ravens and the game that we have here Sunday afternoon, or do you actually go outside?
Let's find out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers might help us make that decision.
Just wheel the TV out back.
That's what we do.
Yeah, or put the big screen up out in the yard because, yeah, it's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be warm, too, especially on a Ravens Sunday, but we'll take a closer look at that. First, we got to get through our morning, and it is gorgeous outside right now. I love these fall numbers. I don't know about you, but it is definitely a little bit chilly as we look out in our Towson camera. Close to the 40s for some of us. We're right at 50 in Rosedale, 53 Essex and Middle River, and mid-50s for Baltimore over to Woodlawn, 52 in Owings Mills, and down through Glen Burnie as well. Good morning to you. Our jogging cache, yeah, it's going to be chilly if you're out for a run or a jog to get that early morning exercise in, but cool start to your day. 82 for our high this afternoon, a little warmer than yesterday, and then check out that warming trend. Mid-80s Saturday, upper 80s on Sunday. So that'll be the warm day for sure, and even close to 90 by the time we get to Monday next week. So summer's not quite done yet. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. And at 5:32, we want to go to your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look at your drive time, 795 to 95. It'd take you about 15 minutes because of a accident that they're clearing up there on the outer loop.
5:32, yet another delay in the federal trial for Marilyn Mosby. Now, it will not happen until March of next year.
And this morning, prosecutors are asking for a gag order following comments made by Mosby's attorney.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from the federal courthouse. And Olivia, what can you tell us? What do you know?
Good morning. And yeah, as you mentioned, prosecutors in this case are asking for a gag order, and a judge ruled that the earliest the court would consider that gag order is in October. Prosecutors asked for this order just one day after Scott Bolden, who's Marilyn Mosby's defense attorney, made angry comments right here outside of the federal courthouse.
They've never prosecuted anybody before in the history of this country for taking their own money out of their retirement fund, 457B, under the CARES Act. Look at those numbers. Those are real numbers. They ought to scare you. Because if you're in the federal government, if you're in the state government, if you're an African-American politician working for the government, you are at risk because of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the city of Baltimore.
If a gag order is put in place, then the case would not be allowed to be discussed in public. In the filing, federal prosecutors say that, quote, Mr. Bolden's threatening comments pose the risk of prejudicing those jurors against the United States Attorney's Office, and a gag order has yet to be imposed, so we'll keep an eye on that. But as a reminder, Mosby's trial has been delayed until March 27th, 2023. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. From the Live Center now this morning, no issues expected today for the rail commuters coming in and out of Baltimore. A tentative deal is in place, but the railroad industry not out of the woods just yet. Now leaders of the 12 unions involved must sell that agreement to its members, who will vote to ratify or reject the deal over the next several of weeks. I want to show you what that deal looks like here. Let's take a look here. The tentative deal gives union engineers and conductors a 24% raise during the 5-year life of the contract, which runs from 2020 through 2024. Back pay and bonuses, that's going to give them an average of an $11,000 payment per person once the deal is ratified. Union leadership saying in a joint statement, take a look, for the first time ever, the agreement provides our members with the ability to take time away from work to attend to routine and preventative medical care, as well as exemptions from attendance policies for hospitalizations and surgical procedures. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg calling the tentative deal reached between the rail industry and union representatives a win that will keep America moving forward. If a deal had not been reached and a strike started today, it would have cost the economy $2 billion per day of that strike.
We are now just 2 days out from the Ravens' home opener against Miami Dolphins, and fans will be packing M&T Bank Stadium. Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with what you need to know if you plan on going to Sunday's game. Shannon.
Tom, that excitement is building, and of course, so will the crowds on Sunday. So a few things to know to prepare you for game day. First, though, a look at the details. We want to get those pulled up for you if we can. But the Ravens take on the Miami Dolphins at 1 p.m. Sunday. So they're taking on the Dolphins at M&T Bank Stadium. The parking lots will open 4.5 hours before kickoff. Stadium gates will open 2 hours before game time. And this is important. You must enter the gate that is listed on your ticket. Now, speaking of tickets, you need to get yours ahead of time. All tickets will be digital and can be accessed through the Ravens app on your phone. Also, M&T Bank Stadium will be cashless for most all purchases, so be sure to bring a debit or credit card. Google Pay and Apple Pay will also be accepted. Now, when it comes to the bag that you can bring, only a small clutch the size of your hand or clear purses that don't exceed 12 by 6 by 12 or a 1-gallon clear plastic freezer bag will be accepted. As for COVID protocols, you can expect enhanced cleaning and disinfection around the stadium, especially on high-touch surfaces like door handles and handrails. But you can find all of this information and more online at BaltimoreRavens.com. Most importantly, have fun and go Ravens.
Yeah, go Ravens. Shannon, the team, though, and the fans, they'll be honoring Ravens players Tony Siragusa and Jalen Ferguson, though, this Sunday, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. So fans should be in their seats no later than 12:40 for that ceremony. And you'll remember that Siragusa and Ferguson passed away within 24 hours of each other back in June. So Siragusa's family will be on the field to remember the popular defensive tackle. Then following player introductions, there will be a moment of silence for outside linebacker Jalen Ferguson. And after the national anthem, his family will be on the Ravens sidelines as honorary game captains. So Ravens players will also wear decals with the players' names and numbers on their helmets. That will last all season long in their honor. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. DPW admitting their faults in response to the E. coli crisis. What Fox 45 News is doing to try and ease the residents who don't trust their water supply anymore.
Plus, we are waking up with fall-like temperatures this morning. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how warm we're going to get this weekend for the Ravens home opener. 5:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Friday morning, and taking a look at this green on the map statewide. Our numbers are in the 50s, and we're waking up to some fall-like numbers for sure. Definitely want to get the sprinklers on if you're still watering the lawns here, because we will not have any rain for an extended period. Numbers here over the next couple of hours in the 50s and 60s, and on our way to the 80s this afternoon. But that summer heat is not done. We'll take a look at just how warm we get coming up. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at today's headlines. Maryland Department of Transportation will be unveiling its plan for the fall. President Joe Biden is expected to meet with the family of WNBA star Brittany Griner to discuss her future in a Russian prison. And there's a Ravens pep rally in Dundalk ahead of the home opener this Sunday against the Dolphins. Be sure to send us your Purple Friday photos and videos through Chime In.
Also happening today, the biggest series of the year for the Orioles as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays on the road tonight at 7.
20 games remain on the regular season schedule, and the Orioles are still trying to get that wild card spot.
The 3-game series with Toronto could really shift the momentum in their favor.
Now, right now, Baltimore is about 4.5 games back out of that final spot held by Tampa. Toronto is a half game ahead of the Rays. The O's have 6 games left against the Jays.
All right, let's go O's.
Come on. Another tennis legend stepping off the court for good. Coming up after the break, we take a look at the impressive career of Roger Federer.
And a 6-month setback for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. What this could mean for the case going forward. It is 5:42 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:44 and making headlines this morning. Fears of a rail strike have subsided as freight workers and their employers reach an agreement.
Now, this means MARC service will not be altered and will go on as scheduled today.
The agreement comes after more than 20 hours of negotiating. Rail unions were pushing for the companies to address a growing worker shortage and stop requiring workers to be on call 7 days a week. President Biden was involved in the discussion and thanked both sides for their work towards a deal.
Together, we reached an agreement, you reached an agreement that will keep our critical rail system working and avoid disruptions of our economy. And I'm grateful for the members of the administration who worked tirelessly on both sides to help get this done.
Well, had that deal not been approved, it could have been devastating to American supply chains.
In other headlines, Chick-fil-A workers are known for their helpful demeanor, but this might be taking it a step further.
All right, well, check this out. A woman calling for help as she discovers a carjacker breaking into her car in a parking lot. Who steps in? None other than a Chick-fil-A employee who starts wrestling with the would-be thief.
Isn't that amazing? The young employee was punched in the face, wasn't fazed. The suspect has been arrested on multiple charges, including assault. Wow.
Yeah, all right. Well, now to your sports headlines. Tennis legend Roger Federer has announced his plans to retire.
It's a legend. Federer, 41 years old, played in more than 1,500 matches. He's going to play his final matches next week in London.
Now, a few of his other incredible records include 103 tour singles, those titles, 20 Grand Slam single titles, and 310 weeks ranked at #1.
It'll feel weird watching a major tennis tournament and not having him there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. 5:46. Time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, from tennis to football all weekend, right, Justin?
Yeah, exactly right, guys. Good morning. Maybe you're heading down to College Park to check out the Terps tomorrow evening. SMU in town. Yeah, that's Tom's. Where's your thing? Your mug's over there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking football. You got your SMU Mustangs mug right over there.
It's legit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hold on. They're getting a shot of it. There it is.
There you go.
Look at that thing. All right.
Let's go. Go Peruna. Yeah.
2 years old.
Go Stangs.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Little beat
Terps
up.
are, by the way, undefeated. Next week, they're going to play at Michigan. That's on FOX45. That's going to be a tough one. Either way, great evening for football tomorrow night. And then Sunday, of course, at the Ravens Stadium, M&T Bank Stadium. Over the Inner Harbor right now, looking good. Temperature at 55 degrees on this purple Friday. No wind to speak of. That dew point at 51 degrees. So the drier air stays in place. And that's what we're going to see again on our muggy meter in the green category again today. And pretty much for most of the weekend, we're going to be looking good. It's going to feel a little stickier on Sunday and Monday. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As those kids get out to the bus stop this morning, we'll definitely need at least a light jacket on. 61 by 7 a.m. Upper 70s for noontime and recess. And when you pick the kids up this afternoon, into the lower 80s. So practices and all of those things happening. All right. Thanks, Hank. You just jumped right in there. Poe. Yeah, he wants to know about Poe as well. We know Poe's out for the season. We don't know who's going to show up on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. Either way, 78 by noon and lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour today. Check out these numbers, guys, across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Upper 70s and lower 80s. Those highs will be a little bit warmer than where we ended up yesterday afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, 79 if you're heading to Philly, 81 down to D.C., Western Maryland at 79, and heading down the ocean at 73 today. I mean, great weekend at the beach. Look at this, 76 on Saturday, close to 80 on Sunday. That will definitely feel like summer as we wrap up the summer season. And here we go. Your Ravens cast. The Dolphins are in town Sunday, 1 o'clock kick. We're already going to be in the mid 80s. By halftime, we're talking upper 80s, and we're going to keep those 80s around with plenty of sunshine. It'll be a warm afternoon. Now, let's take a closer look at Tropical Storm Fiona. This has 50-mile-an-hour winds right now. Should affect the Leeward Islands as early as tonight. Moving south of Puerto Rico by tomorrow afternoon with 65-mile-an-hour winds, and then moving toward the Dominican Republic toward the end of the weekend. Before it makes a right turn and heads up to the north, we'll keep our eyes on that storm as we are right in the peak of hurricane season. Not much for us here. No rain. Dry air will remain in place thanks to that big ridge of high pressure. And here we go, guys. 6 days from today is the fall equinox, 45 days away from Halloween, and now there it is. Debbie's dancing. 100 days until Christmas. Yeah, countdown begins. We got fall right there on the end of your 7-day forecast. It's going to be warm, 88 on Thursday afternoon. That's the first day of fall officially. It actually happens on Thursday night. So next Friday will be the first full day of fall. What's going on the roads right now?
Great. Justin, we've got some issues out there. Our Len Stoller Traffic Network, look at this. We've got the outer loop of 695 closed. This is because of a crash between Route 40 and Edmondson Avenue. This is going to cause some issues likely throughout the morning. We're going to keep you posted if things open up, but right now this area is closed. All right. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 613 and 10 train 407 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for your commute. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, looking good for the stretch there in both directions, no delays. But Metro Subway Link expect delays due to single tracking between West Cold Spring and State Center, and that's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Sports betting continuing to take over. What the chief of Disney is doing to keep up with betting platforms and increase opportunity for business.
By bus and by plane, migrants arriving in so-called sanctuary cities and states without warning. I'm Christine Frizzell with the very latest on what some are calling a political ploy.
.554 on this Friday morning in your national news. The immigration debate is back in the spotlight, with migrants being sent from border towns to cities hundreds or even thousands of miles away.
Local authorities say they were given no warning, some overwhelmed by the challenges of caring for migrants who say they simply are looking for a better life.
Well, national correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us the latest from Washington.
Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, just the latest destination for migrants from Texas on a flight funded by Florida.
Our message to them is we are not a sanctuary state, and it's better to be able to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction. And yes, we will help facilitate that transport for you.
Local leaders say migrants were lied to.
A lot of them were told that they were going to be met here with jobs, with housing, and several of the people here have immigration appointments that they thought they were being sent to.
Migrants also dropped off outside of Vice President Kamala Harris's residence in Washington, D.C. One migrant outside asked by Fox News if he thought the border was open.
Yeah, everybody believes that the border is open. It's open because we enter, we come in free. No problem.
In Chicago, the National Guard has been called in to help with food, shelter, and medical services after busloads of people were sent there. And in New York City, where more than 11,000 asylum seekers have arrived in the last few months. Mayor Eric Adams said this week the city's shelter system is nearing its breaking point. Sending migrants to so-called sanctuary cities and states has been going on for months now, with a brand new poll in Texas showing 52% of people there support the effort. Governor Greg Abbott has said repeatedly it's time for people who live outside of border states to pitch in and help.
It was just Texas and Arizona that bore the brunt of all of the chaos and all the problems that come with it. Now the rest of America is understanding exactly what is going on.
For now, it's clear the crisis is becoming more widespread, with those new to the challenges saying the political play does have some bright spots.
It's pathetic, it is weak, and this island community has shown how strong we are and really shown the best of America.
In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
The Biden administration gives the green light to a major roadway project in Detroit. Detroit will get more than $100 million to tear down and rebuild a mile stretch of the highway. The grant is among $1.5 billion handed out as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says this project in Detroit is about equity and tearing down a racially divisive roadway.
The purpose of transportation is to connect. But we have seen examples in many communities, including here, where an infrastructure decision serves to divide. And we raise this issue not to wallow in it, but to challenge ourselves to do something about it.
Well, 375 was built back in the 50s after demolishing black neighborhoods to create a barrier between the downtown area and communities to the east. Critics worry the new road, though, will create more problems for the black community and end up raising prices with new developments.
President Biden attended the country's premier Hispanic Heritage Month event as the keynote speaker. Biden touting his administration's policies, including infrastructure investments, lowering prescription drug costs, and erasing 100% of student loan debt for almost half of Latino students with federal loans. He says that relief will give young people a chance to start their lives. Biden is also vowing to stand up for dreamers.
My predecessor tried to end DACA, but the Biden-Harris administration is working to preserve it and fortify it. And with Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, we're committed to fixing the immigration system. Instead of working with us on solutions, Republicans are playing politics with human beings.
Biden's speech comes just weeks ahead of the November midterm elections. Making up more than 10% of the country's electorate, Latino voters will be key. But a Wall Street Journal survey suggests Latinos' long-standing support has been shifting increasingly Republican.
Well, Disney's chief executive says they're working to create an ESPN sports betting app. Bob Chapek sat down exclusively with CNBC. He says ESPN will never be a sports book, though. The network will need to partner with a well-respected third party. He did not provide a clear timeline, but sports betting was once limited to just Nevada, but then exploded all across the country after the Supreme Court ended federal bans in 2018. In fact, dozens of states have legalized betting. You can do it here in person in Maryland, many others online, and create a massive opportunity for the business.
Taking matters into our own hands. Coming up, the testing that Fox 45 News is doing to help ease concerns over the water contamination.
Marilyn Mosby's trial has been delayed again. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why experts think this could cause complications.
On your Purple Friday, we're talking about temperatures that are cool this morning, but they're going to be warm for the game on Sunday. We'll take a closer look at that. My coffee will eventually kick in. Fox 45 Morning News rolls on. Let's do it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, yeah. Come on. It's Friday morning, right? September 16th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we are off to a great weekend here. We're going to start with a look at our forecast.
Yeah, and of course we have meteorologist Justin Chambers waiting for the caffeine to kick in, you were saying, huh?
Exactly. Well, and you know, we have Purple Friday, and I've been showing you the color contour maps that have green on it. Not purple yet, don't worry. It's not that cold, but it is definitely chilly outside. You'll probably need at least a light jacket, especially for the kids as you get them out to the bus stop here this morning. But looking nice and calm. The sun is still about almost an hour away from even coming up as we're closer to 12 hours of day and night. Check out some of these numbers. 51 in Chestertown and Elkton. We're at 54 in Bel Air this morning. Good morning to you in Harford County. Cockeysville at 52 and 51 your number over in Gaithersburg. So a cool Friday morning leading to an awesome afternoon. Going to be another great day with plenty of sun, not much wind, and temperatures in the lower 80s. Mr. Bose says we are good to go. Maybe need the bun warmers on the seats this morning with mid to upper 50s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast, including that weekend warm-up coming up in a few. Any improvement on the roads from what we were working on earlier, Tom?
Actually, no, that one incident involving 3 vehicles here, 695 is getting worse. You can see the traffic's backed up now above 70. That's that camera that you're looking at over to your left here. And this is on the outer loop. So if you're heading on the outer loop right near Catonsville, you're going to have to get off and then get back on. They're diverting traffic, all traffic off. This is between 40 and Edmondson Avenue. We start off this hour in a city in crisis. A surprising admission from the director of the Department of Public Works during a fiery hearing into the water contamination that happened in West Baltimore.
Director Jason Mitchell saying the department made mistakes and needs to make changes.
We did struggle the first 24 hours. And I said that earlier, and I will say that again. We struggled. We needed help. It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
Well, we reached out to the mayor's office asking if, in the light of the director's statements, the mayor has changed his view on how the department actually handled that situation. Spokesperson for the mayor did not directly answer that question in her response, writing in part, though, we have started to assess where matters could have been coordinated differently internally that would have allowed for even more efficiency around messaging and outreach externally. Well, you can find that full response right on our Twitter page at Fox Baltimore. 6:02, and this morning, Fox 45 News conducting an independent testing of the water supply, though.
Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio. She has more on the process aimed at helping give these residents peace of mind. Shannon.
Yeah, and Megan, this morning, those water samples are at the lab, and we are awaiting those results, which will hopefully help ease concerns and get answers. Because even though the mayor says the water is safe to drink as of last Friday, a lot of people we're speaking to just are not confident in that. Harlem Park resident Denise Knight is one of them.
Not knowing, that's a scary thing. I hope he was right. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but, this test will tell.
Yeah, and you heard she mentioned the test. So 2 EPA certified water samplers from 2 Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories were at Knight's home yesterday taking those samples. That's after we reached out to several MDE approved water testing labs to test her water. In the end, Fountain Valley Analytical and Atlantic Blue Water Services were selected, and our camera documents their sample gathering. Look.
You've got something called thiosulfate in here that counteracts the chlorine.
We want to make sure everything's sterile before we put it in the bottle so that we don't get any contamination from here. All right, I'm all finished.
Well, these specialists have now submitted the samples to MDE-approved water testing labs of Maryland, and of course, we'll keep you posted with those results. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. That brings us to our question of the day. Who would you trust to fix the Department of Public Works? Mayor Brendan Scott, City Council, both, or neither? So far, 97% of voters have said neither. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
It is what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah, this is as fast as the court could do it.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will have to wait another 6 months for her federal trial.
Yeah, the judge in that case announced the jury trial will begin March 27th. This is the second time that trial was moved. Originally scheduled for May, it was then moved to September 19th.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a look into how this delay could impact the case. Olivia?
Megan and Tom, yeah, that's right. Marilyn Mosby's trial was supposed to start on Monday right here at the federal courthouse. But as you mentioned, the trial is delayed until next year, which experts say could cause complications. Mosby had asked the court for a speedy trial, which won't happen now that the trial is delayed until March 27th, 2023. But take a listen to Mosby's defense attorney reacting to that delay.
Here's what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah, this is as fast as the court could do it.
The delay comes after Mosby's defense team added an expert witness to their case. This then forced prosecutors to ask for more time to request a witness of their own. But experts say the delay could cause some challenges.
I don't expect the theories to change much, but there's always the risk that witnesses may become unavailable.
If the government has more time to get a rebuttal expert or to parse through Mosby's representations of what she will present at trial, I think it definitely puts them in a better position.
And Megan and Tom, it's also important to mention that with the delay, Marilyn Mosby will no longer be in office as state's attorney when the trial begins. Back to you.
Olivia, we're hearing prosecutors are requesting a gag order. What can you tell us about that? What are you learning?
Yeah, Megan, that's right. The prosecutors are requesting a gag order because of some comments that Mosby's defense attorney made. But I'll have all of those details coming up in just about 30 minutes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here's a look at the new timeline for this case. The defense will provide more information on their witnesses October 7th. There will be 2 hearings in January, both on motion and deadlines. And then there will be a pretrial hearing March 7th. Jury selection scheduled for March 23rd and 24th. Again, the trial is set to begin March 27th. Now, from the live center for you this morning here, taking a live look in New York City here. Yeah, there we go. They're waking up where a longtime state judge, now named as the independent arbiter for the reviewing of the documents that were seized by the FBI's search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home, Mar-a-Lago. Well, senior judge Raymond Dearie was put forward as a possible candidate for the special master role by Trump himself, who had sued to win the review. Dearie, appointed by Ronald Reagan back in 1986. U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon writing in her order, quote, "The court does not find it appropriate to accept the government's conclusions on these important and disputed issues without further review by a neutral third party." Well, Dearie will now be responsible for reviewing the entire inventory, 11,000 documents, about 100 of those highly classified. Dearie then must identify any personal materials of Trump's that should be possibly returned to the former president's possession, and he doesn't have a lot of time to do this. He must finish its review by Wednesday, November 30th, after the midterm elections. Now, the judge also refusing to allow the Justice Department to continue its use of those classified documents taken by the FBI in Mar-a-Lago last month, and DOJ now planning to appeal.
Unions and management reaching a tentative deal averting a freight railroad strike. Just ahead, the cost the strike would have cost taxpayers if it went through.
Starting off in the 40s and 50s. That's right, you heard me. It's a cool morning with that fall-like feel, but we got plenty of summer left over, and we're going to take a closer look at that. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us, won't you?
We're trying to get her TikTok.
Here's your bright spot here this morning.
Yeah. It's a dog that loves to hang out on the roof of her house, becoming the talk of the town, as you can imagine, in Glendale, Arizona, and now in Baltimore.
Let's take a look. Nala the husky scaling the balcony in her backyard to get up on top of the roof there. Of course, drawing the attention, maybe concern of people that are passing by, including law enforcement showing up. Her owners having to post on social media that she is not stuck. She just likes the view.
We try to give her a limit, like maybe like 20 minutes, half hour, but during the winter, she could stay out there as long as she wants. We don't mind. At the end of the day, you know, she's just enjoying the view up there.
Nala not only likes to take walks on the roof of the home, but she also loves to take a dip in the pool in her backyard, just exploring the property.
Well, happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live is coming to Maryland, and you have a chance to go for free. That's right. Wheel of Fortune Live tour performance is happening at the Hall at Live Casino in Hanover, September 24th and 25th. Stay right here with Fox 45 News all morning. Wait for your cue to call in. 10th caller will win. Get this.
What?
2 VIP, very important people.
No way.
Tickets to that show on the 25th. Yeah, VIP today.
His team is working on this every day, on making sure that Brittany and Paul return home safely.
And President Biden set to meet with family members of WNBA Brittany Griner and former Marine Paul Whelan. What reports say the U.S. offered to Russia to exchange?
They'll be able to continue to operate effectively as a vital piece of our economy.
Yeah, a strike that threatened to wreak havoc on the U.S. supply chain, as well as passenger rail travel, averted. Just ahead, how much it would cost the economy.
President Biden is calling a deal to avoid a major rail strike here as we learn more about this story. A win here. Yesterday, the White House announcing a tentative deal had been reached between the unions and the rail companies. The deal includes a pay raise, bonuses, and changes to the on-call work structure.
Every good that you need seems to end up on a rail getting delivered to where it needs to go. Today is a win, and I mean this sincerely, a win for America.
Well, the deal coming just hours after the consumer price index was revealed, showing that prices rose 8.3% over last year in August, just tanking the stocks. This morning, political insider Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in really on the state of our economy. Armstrong, good morning.
Good morning. You know, listen, this is a very good contract for workers and for employees. There are employers. There are provisions in this contract, Megan, that have never been in contracts before for rail workers. And so this is about the workers showing dignity, respect, and honor because they put their lives on the line every day. And this is what this 20 hours of negotiations were all about, is that they don't want to be treated like slaves and chattel. They want the dignity, and they want to be optimistic and feeling good about what they contribute to this economy.
No doubt, important, but the ramifications, if they didn't reach that agreement, could have been pretty bad here in the country. Looking at the economy, Armstrong, we know the Fed is expected to meet next week. Interest rates could rise again. What is this going to do to the state of our economy?
Well, listen, hopes that inflation would start to decline, Megan, were really dashed when the Labor Department reported that the consumer price index, which is the CPI, rose 0.1% in August compared to July. And so the analysts had expected a 0.1% decline. That did not happen. Food prices were a sore spot. And even though we talk about gasoline prices being down, guess what? They're still 26% higher than they were a year ago. Everything is over 20% higher than it was a year ago. We just can't compare it to what's going on today. And so at the same time, the gasoline index fell, I think, by about 10.6% in the months, furthering the late summer decline. These issues are impacting it. I mean, inflation is at 8.5%.
Right.
It's insane. It's just insane.
We have so many major issues happening in our country. Armstrong, I also wanted to ask you about the migrant crisis. We've been talking a lot about this morning. Martha's Vineyard, now seeing some of this. What can be done here?
You know, I must tell you, as a resident in Washington, D.C., where these migrants are dropped off right in front of me in Union Station, it horrifies me. But I must tell you, you have 535 members of Congress who want to admonish Governor Abbott and the governors of Florida and Arizona about these migrants coming, devastating their population. These people can barely make ends meet. You have all these Argentinians, all these migrants coming out from all over the world, and America has lost their way of life. Yes, you should send them to the vice president's residence to send them a message. You should send them to Martha's Vineyard so they get a taste of these liberal policies that are out of control. The problem is, Megan, it just makes no sense. Why bring in millions of people to an economy that's already devastated? And then Vice President Kamala Harris stands in an interview and says it's under control, just prevaricating. I'm sorry. If people are angry, it makes no sense. And so what? The rest of America should also share the burden of all these migrants coming into this country. That's what this message is about.
And we heard one migrant saying that the border is open. I was able to get across. So we'll see what happens here.
It's flooded.
Yeah.
Flooded, Megan. Anybody. If you want to find a way to get in the United States and commit a terrorist attack on the United States, just go through the border. It's open for everybody. Come as you are, no COVID protocols. It's a scary thought. It's crazy.
Armstrong, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
6:19. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Friday morning, a lot going on this weekend.
A lot of football tomorrow and Sunday, Justin. So what are we doing? Are we going outside to some tailgating, or is it going to be indoors or maybe under an umbrella?
Well, no umbrella needed whatsoever. In fact, we're going to be dry for a long period, guys. But we are talking about definitely some outside grilling, some throwing the bags, right, hanging out with family and friends and enjoying the Ravens home opener right there at M&T Bank Stadium, all lit up nicely for your Purple Friday. Officially, we're at 55 degrees this morning. That dew point hanging at 51 degrees, so dry air remains in place. And let's take a peek ahead to that Sunday Ravens forecast, and it's going to be warm. You can see the Dolphins in town, 1 o'clock kickoff, 85 by the kickoff, and then upper 80s through halftime and toward the middle and end of the game. So definitely get some hydration rounds in there, maybe even throw on the sunblock because you're going to be outside, especially if you're in the seats that have a lot of that sunshine. But it's going to be warm. There's no doubt about that. Maybe a warm cup of joe for you this morning because temperatures are in the upper 50s over the next couple of hours, lower 60s by 8 a.m., and we'll be at 67 by 9. Sun not even coming up until 6:49 as we get closer to 12 hours of day and night. High of 82 today. That temperature near average for this time of year, a little warmer than where we ended up yesterday. And across central Maryland, you're going to be in the upper 70s in your city there in Westminster, close to 80 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Eastern Shore cities will be mainly in the mid to upper 70s, 76 in Annapolis and 79 in Columbia. The heat that we're going to see this weekend is hanging out right now over Oklahoma and Texas. That's where we'll see those numbers in the lower 90s today. Even Memphis at 91, 88 in Nashville. So the Central Plains and the Mid-South getting the heat today, while by Sunday that kind of shifts into our area. If you're heading out to fly today, pilots, great day to fly. We're talking about VFR all day, which is visual flight rules, so looking pretty good. Here's a big ridge of high pressure. You see that H on the map, and that typically means we've got dry conditions in place and really not tracking any rain. That ridge is going to keep us dry. What it will do on Sunday and Monday is another ridge will slide in from the south, and we'll see that ridge that will be moving off toward the east, and that's going to pump up more of that southerly flow. That will give us more of the heat and also sort of the stickier feeling. So a few more clouds rolling in by the time we get into Monday afternoon, but still not really tracking much in the way of rain. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you guys. Lower 80s today, mid 80s on Saturday, and look at that, 88 Sunday, 90 on Monday. We keep that heat with us into Tuesday of next week. Even the first day of fall next Thursday will still be in the upper 80s. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here. We continue to follow the traffic that is on the outer loop. 3-vehicle accident right there. They shut it down right at 695 at Baltimore National Pike. You're forced to exit there. And then that's one lane getting by, and then you get back on about a half mile later. But it's still causing some major delays and is going to be an issue for quite some time. It looks like 3 vehicles involved there. Not sure of any other information. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Purple Friday, Mark.
That's right. Happy Purple Friday, everyone. Good morning, Tom. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a couple delays in the mix. Train 845 on the Camden line of MARC and Brunswick 874. Both running about 5 minutes late for the start. Allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, if that's your ride, nothing in your way. On time service from end to end. And Metro Subway Link is single tracking between the West Cold Spring and State Center stations related to maintenance. And you'll catch a delay here and there out there on Metro Subway Link. So allow time for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Prosecutors in Marilyn Mosby's case are asking for a gag order. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why, plus when we could see it put in place. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:26 and making your headlines this Friday morning. President Joe Biden will be meeting with the families of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan today. Now, this will be the first time Biden has met with them in prison. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that the meeting will serve to assure the families that the administration is committed to bringing their loved ones home. She knows Russia still has not accepted a U.S. proposal to secure their release.
We will keep working diligently until the day we get to share that good news. But again, the president wanted to make sure that their families understood that they were front of mind and that his team was working tirelessly every day to get Brittany and Paul home safely.
The Biden administration has provided limited details on the offer that they made to Russia, but the Associated Press is reporting the U.S. offered to exchange Russian arms dealer Viktor Bout. The U.S. government has classified both Griner and Whelan as wrongfully detained.
Another day with temps in the 80s, but the summer heat is not done just yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers giving us a look at our weekend forecast.
And the countdown is on for the Ravens home opener this weekend. Coming up, I will break down everything that you need to know before that big game. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Friday, September 16th. I'm Megan Gillen.
Tom Rogers, it feels like a Friday.
It does.
We have new employees here.
Yes.
There's some crazy things going on behind the scenes. Each commercial. I'm sweating right now because of what's going on in the commercial.
A lot of TikTok action here as we get ready for a beautiful weekend.
Yeah. In fact, somebody that has not had his take on the TikTok yet. He still has his makeup looks good, hair looks good. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Hey, I threw the ball.
You already did?
I dove over a couch.
Yeah. Well,
seriously, multiple times.
You got to check out our TikTok account.
Have to see that on our social for sure. As we take a look outside right now, we are starting off cool this morning, almost a purple sunrise, if you will, for Purple Friday. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam showing a little bit of those high, thin clouds up there, making it look more overcast than it actually is. 50-year temp in Rosedale and Ellicott City right now. How about 52 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley? Waking up to 51 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Definitely grab a jacket as you head to get the kids out to the bus stop this morning. A cool Friday morning leading to an awesome afternoon. Another day with highs in the 80s and then warmer temperatures as we head into the weekend. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Grab the bun warmers and get those going today if you have them in the cars. Upper 50s next hour with the windows down. 63 by 8 a.m. and we'll get to the upper 60s by 9. And we're going to see those temperatures rise. So 82 today, mid-80s Saturday, and then close to 90 on your Ravens Sunday afternoon. We're back with that full forecast and how long those summer-like temperatures stick around coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are following that crash on the outer loop. Traffic backing up now to 70. Look at that live camera showing you this. Just stop and go right there. You try to avoid this if you can this morning. It is 6:32, yet another delay in the federal trial for Marilyn Mosby. Now, it will not happen until March of next year.
And this morning, prosecutors are asking for a gag order following comments made by Mosby's attorney.
That's right. Olivia Dance joining us live now from the federal courthouse. Olivia, what are you learning?
Good morning, and yeah, just as you mentioned, prosecutors in the case are asking for a gag order, but a judge ruled that the earliest the court would consider that gag order is in October. Now, the prosecutors requested the order just one day after Scott Bolden, who's Marilyn Mosby's defense attorney, made angry comments right here outside the federal courthouse.
They've never prosecuted anybody before in the history of this country for taking their own money out of their retirement fund, 457B, under the CARES Act. Look at those numbers. Those are real numbers. They ought to scare you. Because if you're in the federal government, if you're in the state government, if you're an African-American politician working for the government, you are at risk because of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the city of Baltimore.
If a gag order is put in place, then the case would not be allowed to be discussed in public. In the filing, federal prosecutors say that, quote, Mr. Bolden's threatening comments pose the risk of prejudicing those jurors against the United States Attorney's Office. But a gag order has not yet been imposed, so we'll keep our eye on that. But just as a reminder, the trial has been delayed until March 27th of 2023. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:33 now and developing now. The future of the Hilton Hotel in Baltimore City is now in question. City owns the hotel, borrowed $300 million to build it in hopes that it would attract more businesses and events to the nearby convention center.
The hotel hasn't been able to consistently turn a profit, but the city continues to pour money into it. And now there's an economist that says selling the hotel likely is not an option.
Here's the thing. None of us wants to sell an asset when performance is poor. And it should be noted that the city will be having to pay around $500 million in principal and interest until the year 2046. And so who wants to take on that kind of liability, especially because risk of recession is high right now? So what the city needs to do is turn around this performance, increase occupancy rates, increase average room rates, increase free cash flow coming from the hotel. It's going to take time. But if it wants to get out from under this debacle, that's exactly what it needs to do.
Zandabar Bonsu, and city leaders have put roughly $16 million, he says, into the hotel since the start of this pandemic.
No issues expected today for rail commuters coming in and out of Baltimore. There's a tentative deal in place, but the railroad industry not out of the woods yet. Now leaders of the 12 unions involved, they've got to sell that agreement to its members, who are then going to vote to ratify or reject the deal over the next several weeks. So let's take a look at what that deal actually looked like. The tentative deal gives union engineers and conductors a 24% raise during the 5-year life of this contract, which runs from 2020 through 2024. Back pay, bonuses, that's going to give them an average of an $11,000 payment per person once the deal is ratified. Union leadership saying in a joint statement, take a look, for the first time ever, The agreement provides our members with the ability to take time away from work to attend to routine and preventative medical care, as well as exemptions from attendance policies for hospitalizations and surgical procedures. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg calling the tentative deal reached between the rail industry and union representatives a win that will keep America moving forward. If a deal had not been reached and a strike started today, it would have cost the economy $2 billion per day of that strike.
6:36. We're now just 2 days out from the Ravens' home opener against Miami Dolphins. Fans will be packing M&T Bank Stadium.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live here right in studio with what you need to know if you plan to go on Sunday. Shannon.
That excitement, Megan, is building, and of course, so will the crowds on Sunday. So a few things to know to prepare you for game day. First, a look at the details. The Ravens take on the Miami Dolphins at 1 p.m. Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. The parking lots will open 4.5 hours before kickoff. Stadium gates will open 2 hours before game time. And this is important. You must enter the gate that is listed on your ticket. Speaking of tickets, you need to get yours ahead of time. All tickets will be digital and can be accessed through the Ravens app on your phone. Also, M&T Bank Stadium will be cashless for most all purchases, so be sure to bring a debit or credit card. Google Pay and Apple Pay will also be accepted. Now, when it comes to the bag you can bring, only a small size clutch, the size of your hand, clear purses that don't exceed 12 by 6 by 12, or a 1-gallon clear plastic freezer bag will be accepted. As for COVID protocols, you can expect enhanced cleaning and disinfection around the stadium, especially on high-touch surfaces like door handles and handrails. But you can find all of this information and more online at BaltimoreRavens.com. Most importantly, have fun and let's go Ravens.
All right, Jen, another big event, though, that's happening at the game itself. The team and the fans will be honoring Ravens player Tony Siragusa and Jalen Ferguson.
Yeah, that's a good point, Tom. There's going to be a ceremony, so fans should be in their seats no later than 12:40 for that. And you'll remember Siragusa and Ferguson passed away within just 24 hours of each other back in June. So Siragusa's family will be on the field to remember that popular defensive tackle. And then following player introductions, there will be a moment of silence for outside linebacker Jalen Ferguson. And then after the national anthem, his family will be on the Ravens sidelines as honorary game captains. Now, Ravens players will wear decals with the players' names and numbers on their helmets. That will be all season long in their honor. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. After its second delay, a date has been chosen for the federal trial of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Just ahead this morning, the confusion about her companies and if they caused financial hardship.
And warm temperatures return over the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know your Ravens home opener forecast. That's just ahead. 6:38, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Earlier this week, a viewer in Sacramento, California, captured amazing video of a debris flow that was caused by a flash flood over a burn scar from a previous wildfire. Large-scale wildfires can alter terrain, leaving the ground barren, charred, and unable to absorb water, creating perfect conditions for flooding and debris flow.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back. Your Weather Authority forecast here, and it is 6:41, almost 6:42. And you look outside over our Towson camera, you can see some of those low clouds kind of hanging around. Just a little bit of moisture, but nothing else to get in your way. In fact, it feels very nice this morning. We'll take a look at how much warmer we get for the weekend coming up in a few.
Well, the biggest series of the year for the Orioles just ahead, a preview of their game against the Blue Jays, and it's happening tonight.
And Amazon helping to enhance the broadcast experience for football viewers. Just ahead, how people are responding to last night's game. I got a few comments. 6:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. .45 in your morning rush. Fox 45 News is taking matters into our own hands following that E. coli contamination water scare in West Baltimore. We're having independent tests done. Shannon Lilly joining us live with where those stand this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, as of this morning, Megan, those tests have been sent off and we are now awaiting those results. And hopefully those results will help give people peace of mind, because although leaders say it's safe now, many residents in the Harlem Park neighborhood just don't feel comfortable drinking the water. So we reached out to several MDE-approved water testing labs to test one resident's water there, and our cameras were rolling as they gathered those samples. Stay with us, because in just about 15 minutes, we'll hear from the resident at that home where the samples were gathered, and we'll also hear from the specialists testing the water. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Marilyn Mosby trial has been delayed until March 27th. Olivia Dans joins us now and has more about that delay. Olivia?
Good morning, Tom. And yeah, that's right. Marilyn Mosby's trial was supposed to start on Monday right here at the federal courthouse. But as you mentioned, the trial is delayed until next year, which experts say could cause complications. The delay comes after Mosby's defense team added an expert witness to their case. This then forced prosecutors to ask for more time to request a witness of their own. I'm Olivia Dans, and coming up next, hear from those experts who have concerns that the delay could create challenges. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Trending now, the biggest series of the year for the Orioles as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays, happening tonight on the road at 7. 20 games remain on the regular season schedule, and the Orioles are still trying to get that wild card spot.
saying we have a chance. Still, we've been saying that for about a month now. 3-game series with Toronto could shift the momentum, though, in their favor. Right now, Baltimore is 4.5 games back from that final spot held by Tampa. Toronto is a half game ahead of the Rays. O's have 6 games left against the Jays.
And the NFL kicking off Thursday night football games on Amazon Prime Video. As the stream of the game began, fans were quick to note just how uncanny the whole experience seemed. Let's go ahead and take a look at what some people are saying this morning online. We've got one person, Michael McCarthy, saying first impression of the game, the pregame coverage heading into kickoff, top quality, big talents, near perfect execution on as far as streaming, etc. All right, let's read another one here for you this morning before we give our 2 cents. This babe saying, how did Amazon luck out? Al Michaels just falls into your lap when you start up your NFL broadcast, even at 77, the best in the business. So I give them that. Another one here saying that it's outstanding. Siri, why can't I find the game? And another one for you, raise your hand if your dad has called because he can't get the game to work. And that is a huge concern. So I think some of us are on the same page. I hated it. Our streaming went in and out. Our voices didn't match up, but maybe because we live more into the country.
Nope. I live in the county, and it was the same thing, and I was seriously irritated because I'm like, I pay for Prime Video. Yeah. Jeff Bezos is sitting there on the sideline with this stupid mug, and I'm like, hello.
He said it was crisp for him. He didn't have any problem.
Great.
Yeah, for
Perfect.
him. What did you think? What did you think?
I didn't see it. I didn't watch it.
Were you able to watch it even? Because I feel like
I didn't even look. I didn't even.
And I love Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. I thought it was a good pairing.
Yeah.
Overall, like all the performance, that was all fine.
Right.
I just couldn't believe that they didn't anticipate that millions and millions of people would be watching this.
So you know what's interesting too? Thinking I was mad because so many people weren't able to watch it, and my husband right away said, "Remember when ESPN launched Monday Night Football for the first time, and half the country weren't able to watch it? Now everyone can watch it." And the only positive I saw in this is we have the NFL ticket that's super expensive, so maybe this will relieve some of that extra cost if you just use your streaming services for these.
October 27th.
Remember when that was $99? Remember back then when that was...
Way more. It's insane.
I know.
So I don't know.
Kids, you're not going to college. We want to get football.
27th.
We got to watch the game.
Yeah.
October 27th, the Ravens will be on Amazon Prime Video taking on the Bucks in Tampa. So we'll find out if all of us here by October will be able to watch the Ravens game and not have pixelated and buffering and things like that happening. So either way, let's take a look outside. We can see it live and in person at M&T Bank Stadium on Sunday afternoon. Looking good right now over Fed Hill, Ravens country, and overall, not too bad of a morning. In fact, 55 is your current number. No wind to speak of. That dew point at 51 degrees. Dew point temperatures are going to start creeping up. So we've had a nice little dry stretch, and that will continue today. But starting tomorrow, and especially into Sunday and Monday, you're going to see some more of that mugginess that will roll into the area. That's also going to come with some warmer temperatures. In fact, hotter temperatures for some, especially as you get into the game on Sunday afternoon. Kids getting out to the bus stop this morning, upper 50s next hour, upper 70s by noon. And when you pick them up this afternoon, we'll be in the lower 80s. Should be a great day for practices, maybe getting out early to get out there and get on the golf course. 67 by 9 a.m., upper 70s by noon. Any outdoor activities you have planned today, no issues. Definitely an outside happy hour type day today. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Westminster at 77, Reisterstown at 78, White Marsh and Perry Hall close to 80 today. Numbers will be in those 80s as well for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 78 there in Annapolis. And of course, the Terps are going to be playing tomorrow night in College Park against SMU. Upper 70s here, continuing into Hartford and Cecil County. Tom's fired up, Mr. Mustang there himself. All right, here's a look at Fiona. This is our tropical storm. It's downgraded a little bit, but still 50-mile-an-hour winds. This is tracking into the Leeward Islands by tonight, and then south of Puerto Rico tomorrow. But still, Puerto Rico is going to have a huge impact there, and then that's going to turn up toward the Dominican on Sunday, possibly turning up toward the north and making a run at some of the Florida Keys by next week. Most of the model runs keep it a little bit to the east, but obviously we'll keep our eyes on that. 7-day forecast looks like this. We're almost going to be at 90 for the Ravens game Sunday, and then Monday also into the lower 90s. Tuesday stays warm, and then the first day of fall, which is next Thursday, will actually be still in the upper 80s.
Mortgage rates more than double what they were at the start of the year. I'm Kayla Gaskins with what that means for the red-hot housing market.
Spookiest season. Halloween, just 6 weeks away. Just ahead, what you need to make a trip to Hershey Park for a brand new haunting experience.
But first, the sweetest part of our morning.
Oh yeah, it's pretty thrilling too. It's time for a coffee break. Come on, with your jack-o'-lantern behind you.
.55. In today's Assignment America, the labor market has remained strong despite some slowing in other areas of the economy.
Now, according to the Labor Department's data released just yesterday, the number of first-time claims for unemployment benefits fell for the 5th straight week.
Initial claims for unemployment insurance were 213,000 for the week ending September 10th. That is down 5,000 from the week prior and the lowest level in 3 months.
Now, people in the U.S. are also spending more money. Thursday, the Census Bureau reported retail sales rose unexpectedly by 3% in August.
That is after a revised decrease of 0.4% in July.
Jump being tied to the continued drop in gas prices, with Americans spending 4.2% less at the pump than last month. Now, high food inflation was reflected by a 0.2% increase in spending at grocery stores on a month-over-month basis.
The report also showing retail sales, which are not adjusted for inflation, were up by 9.8% from a year ago.
Meanwhile, rising interest rates are sending mortgage rates skyrocketing. It's now nearly twice as expensive to borrow money to purchase a home as it was just at the start of this year.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskin's joining us now. And Kayla, how is this impacting the housing market?
Mortgage rates are now over 6%, and that is enough to significantly cool off the red-hot housing market that we've seen the past few years. Mortgage rates surpassing the 6% mark for the first time since 2008, double the 3% rates we saw this January and much of last year, slowing down the housing market. Lawrence Yoon, chief economist for the National Realtors Association, says this means total monthly mortgage payments are now 50% more what they were for the same home bought a year ago, pricing many would-be buyers out of the market. Less competition means the days of regularly seeing offers of 10, 20, even 50,000 over asking price are long gone.
So it is very important for the sellers to recognize that the market has changed. It is no longer the days of easy sale, easy profit. Now it's time for price negotiation.
In July, home sales fell for the 6th month in a row, which has economic drawbacks.
Housing market is undergoing what I would say is a housing recession, but this is for people in the industry. The mortgage lending industry, they're laying off people. Home builders are seeing fewer activity, fewer home sales.
Some social media users quick to point out 6% falls far below what people paid in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It's also below the 50-year average of around 8%.
Recent years, when we have experienced 3% and now rates rising so much, first is somewhat shocking.
Yoon hopes 6% will represent the cyclical high. But as the Federal Reserve prepares for yet another rate hike, mortgage rates will likely remain volatile for the foreseeable future. Economist Lauren Yoon also pointing out the benefit of the American mortgage system is our ability to refinance. So even if rates continue to climb for now, in the future, hopefully home buyers can reset if rates drop again, something many did over the past 2 years. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
U.S. shale industry is warning Europe.
Natural gas producers say they will not be able to pump enough to help Europe if an embargo on Russian gas comes later this year.
So exports of liquefied natural gas jumped amid sky-high prices as the Kremlin is weighing cutting off the gas to Europe permanently. EU leaders recognize the trouble they are in as winter is now approaching.
This is not only a war unleashed by Russia against Ukraine. This is also a war on our energy. It's a war on our economy.
Well, gas prices in Europe are likely to spike above already record highs because natural gas is not like oil. It's more expensive to liquefy and store and even ship overseas.
Now, you can get Fox 45 News in a flash right through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines, your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
Marilyn Mosby's trial has been delayed again. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why experts think this could cause complications.
We did struggle the first 24 hours. And I said that earlier, and I will say that again. We struggled. We needed help.
DPW admits to botching their response to West Baltimore's E. coli water crisis. Fox 45 Morning News taking matters into their own hands.
And we're working into the weekend here with temperatures that are cool this morning, but they're going to heat up this afternoon. Got that info for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7 o'clock on a Friday morning. Oh, my goodness. Can you feel the energy? September 16th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I was waiting for it. I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Oh, boy. Happy Friday, everybody. We're talking about cool temperatures this morning, guys, where you were talking earlier this week. Same thing. You got to get the jacket on the kids as you get them out to the bus stop, but they will not need it later this afternoon. And, yeah, we got a lot of football. We're talking baseball, all the great things that are happening here in town. And right now, beautiful shot here as we take you over the Inner Harbor. That looks out down toward Fed Hill. Really can't see the flag flapping around too much out there on the top of the hill at this time. Look at all this green on the map, guys. We're talking about 50s in the western part of the state and throughout our area. 54 Westminster, 55 in Baltimore City, 53 your wake-up temperature there in Bel Air. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We are looking good. Upper 50s and 60s will continue, but we're on our way to the 80s this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at how much warmer we get today, and especially for the weekend. That's coming up in a few. Tom, that thing is just not getting any better out there on the roads, right?
Actually, yeah, they still have it blocked off right now. This is 695. We're talking about that. It looks like they're starting to pull. Yeah, they just opened it up as we're speaking here. See that? Look at that. This is 695 right near Baltimore National Parkway. There was 3 vehicles that got involved in an accident. This is traffic backed all the way up past Liberty Road now. But as you see right here, traffic seems to be disregarding the one truck that's still sitting there. Maybe they turned off that arrow and everyone's now opening back up. It appears to be able to get through there. So earlier all morning long, we've been watching that traffic go off and then come back on because of 3 vehicles. Now it is opened up. We were just told indefinitely closed. But as you can see, they just opened it up. Some good news there.
I'm extremely disappointed by the unclear and inconsistent communication, as well as the low resolution map that came from DPW in the first 48 hours of this water contamination event. I am especially disappointed that this has happened in West Baltimore.
Now to a city in crisis, city council members pressing DPW on why that E. coli crisis in West Baltimore wasn't addressed sooner.
The Department of Public Works says the contaminated water was first discovered on Friday, September 2nd, but it took until the following Monday to notify the public. The Department of Public Works admitted that they could have done better and mistakes were made.
So we reached out to the mayor's office asking if, in the light of the statements from DPW, the mayor has changed his view on how the department handled this situation. Spokesperson for the mayor did not directly answer that question in her response, writing, "We have started to assess where matters could have been coordinated differently internally. That would have allowed for even more efficiency around messaging and outreach externally." Well, you can find that full response right on our Twitter page at Fox Baltimore. 7:03 now, and trust in the water supply isn't a given, though, for the people of West Baltimore now. So now Fox 45 News is having independent tests done to hope relieve that trust.
Right. Shannon Lilly joining us live right here in studio. She has more on that process aimed at giving people, residents, some peace of mind here. Shannon, how does it work?
Yeah, that's the goal, Megan. And this morning, those water samples are at the lab, and we are awaiting those results, which we just learned that we expect to get those results today. And that will hopefully ease concerns and get some answers, because even though the mayor says the water is safe to drink, as of last Friday, a lot of people we're speaking to just are not confident in that. Harlem Park resident Denise Knight is one of them.
Not knowing, that's a scary thing. I hope he was right. I'm hoping I'm wrong. But, this test will tell.
Well, you heard her mention the test. 2 EPA certified water samplers from 2 Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories were at Knight's home yesterday taking those samples. And that's after we reached out to several MDE approved water testing labs to test her water. In the end, Fountain Valley Analytical and Atlantic Blue Water Services were selected, and our cameras document their sample gathering. Take a look.
You've got something called thiosulfate in here that counteracts the chlorine.
We want to make sure everything's sterile before we put it in the bottle so that we don't get any contamination from here. All right, I'm all finished.
And these specialists have now submitted the samples to MDE-approved water testing labs of Maryland. And again, we expect to get those results today. We will keep you posted with those results. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Who would you trust to fix the Department of Public Works? Mayor Brandon Scott, City Council, both, or neither? Well, so far, 97% of voters say neither. You can still weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
It is what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah, this is as fast as the court could do it.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will have to wait another 6 months for her federal trial.
Now, the judge in the case announcing the jury trial will begin March 27th. This is the second time, though, the trial was moved. It was originally scheduled for May, then it was moved to September 19th.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a look into how this delay could now impact the case. Olivia.
Good morning, and yeah, that's right. Marilyn Mosby's trial was supposed to start on Monday right here at the federal courthouse, but as you just mentioned, the trial is delayed until next year, which experts say could cause complications. Mosby has asked the court for a speedy trial, which won't happen now that the trial is delayed until March 27th, 2023. But take a listen to Mosby's defense attorney reacting to that delay.
It is what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah. This is as fast as the court could do it.
The delay comes after Mosby's defense team added an expert witness to their case. This then forced prosecutors to ask for more time to request a witness of their own, but experts say the delay could cause some challenges.
I don't expect the theories to change much, but there's always the risk that witnesses may become unavailable.
If the government has more time to get a rebuttal expert or to parse through Mosby's representations of what she will present at trial, I think it definitely puts them in a better position.
And Megan and Tom, it's also important to mention that with the delay, Mosby will no longer be in office as state's attorney when the trial begins. Back to you.
Olivia, we're hearing that prosecutors are requesting a gag order. What do you know about this?
Yeah, Megan, that's right. Prosecutors are requesting a gag order because of some comments that Mosby's defense attorney made. But all of those details coming up in just about 30 minutes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here's a look at the new timeline now for this case. The defense will provide more information on their witness. Well, the witness is October 7th. There will be 2 hearings in January, both on motion and deadlines. There will be a pretrial hearing March 7th, jury selection scheduled for March 23rd and 24th. Again, the trial set to begin March 27th. And now from the Live Center this morning, where we want to take you live over New York City, where a longtime state judge now named as the independent arbiter to review documents seized in the FBI search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home. Senior Judge Raymond Dearie was put forward as a possible candidate for the special master role by Trump, who had sued to win the review. Dearie, appointed by Ronald Reagan in 1986. U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon, writing in her order, quote, "The court does not find it appropriate to accept the government's conclusions on these important and disputed issues without further review by a neutral third party." And Dearie will now be responsible for reviewing the entire inventory, 11,000 documents, about 100 of those highly classified. Dearie then must identify any personal materials, though, of Trump's, and that should be possibly returned to the former president's possession, and he doesn't have a lot of time. He must finish his review by Wednesday, November 30th, after the midterm elections. The judge also refusing to allow the Justice Department to continue its use of the classified documents taken by the FBI in Mar-a-Lago last month. DOJ now planning to appeal.
Looking ahead this morning, check it out. College football week 3 big noon kickoff is on Fox 45 this Saturday. Coverage starts at 10 a.m. Oklahoma is then going to take on Nebraska at noon. We've got a full rundown here. This is followed by BYU and Oregon. That's at 3:30. Then Toledo is at Ohio State at 7. And Fresno State taking on USC at 10:30. Fox 45 News will air at 10:30 on our sister station, WNUV. Also on Saturday, the CW will be airing HBCU games throughout the season. This is courtesy of the Black College Sports Broadcasting Network. This week, we've got Winston-Salem State University taking on Elizabeth City State University. Kickoff at 11.
Well, Sunday, the Ravens will have their home opener against Miami Dolphins. Kickoff at 1, coming up at 5. Well, coming up in just a little bit here, Shan Lilly will be joining us with everything you need to know if you are going to the game.
Meantime, the Washington Commanders will be taking on the Detroit Lions at 1, and you can watch that game live right here on Fox 45.
Check this out. Our viewer, Dante Johnson, sent us this video of her husband's man cave right here. Well, it's not just the bathroom. Take a look at this, actually, when the camera comes back out. That's just
But I
one part
hadn't
of
seen the bathroom.
Right.
That's a new level.
The workout area. I mean, I think this is the man cave is the man basement, all things Ravens.
So we saw the bar in the TV area. That was, I mean, it was Ravens out. But I didn't realize that this extended to the whole man cave basement.
Oh, man, look at this. Yeah, gold, purple, and white everywhere.
They're
all
fans.
the rooms. I think they're fans. I think maybe we're picking up on something. This is what we saw earlier. Oh, they just got out. That's what we saw earlier with the bar and the TV and everything, the fireplace.
The mannequin, like the actual football mannequin in the corner. Justin, I mean, what do you think? Is that something you do in your house? You just got a new house.
It's more than a cave. I think that's more of a cavern, don't you think?
Yeah,
because it's so large and there's just so much going on there.
I actually like the Bath Mat football field there. That's kind of cool.
That's neat, but what? No purple toilet paper? What's going on?
Well, you know what? They sell toilet paper of the other team. So maybe
yeah, so then you that's right.
Have
so
you seen that?
You'd see some Steelers there then, right?
Yeah, change it out for every game. That'd be perfect. So.
Crazy.
All right, let's take a look outside right now and show you what's going on as we take a look at the right down 395. You can see, of course, M&T Bank Stadium off in the distance. Overall, not too bad. We're actually a little hazy this morning, if you can believe it. We're actually seeing some upper-level winds bringing in smoke from wildfires out west. That's why we kind of have that haze that's hanging around right now. As you head out the door, maybe a light jacket for the kids. Sunglasses definitely needed today on your out-the-door cast. And temperatures today that will be back into the upper 50s here in the next couple of hours. As Mr. Bo says, we are good to go. You can see our forecast here, our full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. 7:12. Here are some big stories we're following this hour. Unions and management reaching a tentative deal averting a freight railroad strike. How much the strike would have cost taxpayers if the strike went on.
And next, we're speaking to a former federal prosecutor about the second delay of Mosby's trial, the confusion surrounding her companies, and if they caused her financial hardship. Time now 7:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, March 27th, that's the latest day chosen to start the federal trial of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby following the second delay. Mosby facing 4 counts. 2 counts related to COVID financial hardship, 2 counts of making false statements on 2 Florida home mortgages. Well, joining us now, former federal prosecutor Thrift Vigil. Thrift, when you first heard that there was another delay, is this more something that you think A. Scott Bolton, the defense attorney, you think, okay, he's just following through normal, typical steps, and this is a good way to do this?
You know, I think this is a situation where you've got to feel for Marilyn Mosby. Obviously, her lawyers don't know exactly what kind of defense to present to try to get her off. I think they are scrambling and throwing everything against the wall. They're resorting to these tactics of delay and distraction, you know, if you were in her shoes, obviously for the city of Baltimore, it would be terrific if we could resolve this one way or other. But if you are in her shoes and you think it's inevitable that a jury is going to convict you, every month that you further delay this is another month that you get to spend of freedom. And I can understand her position in that respect.
I can understand that, too. I mean, we see that, but is Bolton doing a good job, though, as a defense? As you were just saying, distraction. I mean, kind of saying, let's pit Marilyn Mosby as the victim here, and then also, or doing things like cursing on air purposely, also talking about the judge in the case and the rulings here. So that brings the attention to himself and not her, whose standing was right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, the court apparently did a survey of the public in preparation for jury selection, and a huge number of people apparently are paying attention and, in fact, have even made up their mind based on media coverage. So he knows that people are paying attention. So the extent that he can influence a particular jury member before they actually get seated, I think that's a good strategy. The problem is that so many of those jurors get struck. These jurors are not just from Baltimore City. They're from all across the state. So it's a little hard to know whether this strategy is viable or not.
We know about those 4 counts, though, that are there, but there's also been a lot of other things, like she was saying that there's financial hardship because of her mahogany companies that were those travel companies there. But in the beginning, she said they actually weren't working companies a while ago. We have that, actually, we recorded that, so we have that at FOX45 for them saying that. Now they're saying, no, that was cause for financial hardship. Will that be an issue then when this actually does make it to court?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that her defense didn't work in the political context, right? She was trying to have her cake and eating it too. On the one hand saying, oh, I'm completely focused on my work. I don't have any of these side companies. But she needs those side companies as part of her legal defense. She needs to be able to say, well, those side companies were struggling. The problem is that what she said in the public sphere diametrically contradicts what she said in her legal pleadings. If the court allows it, I worry for her that a jury is going to immediately see the inconsistency and say, you can't claim financial hardship based on a company that wasn't even off the ground. This was for people that were really struggling. Your salary went up, and the fact that you had some prospective companies that weren't getting off the ground is not the kind of COVID hardship that Congress indicated.
Through Vigil Raja, former prosecutor, thank you.
Thank you.
7:18 is the time now, and weekend ahead. A lot of football, a lot of planning, a lot of things going on here. What's the weather going to be like, right?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has some answers for us.
Well, and it's the final weekend of summer, and we are going to feel like summer, especially by Sunday and Monday into next week with those temperatures that will be steadily rising. Looking out right now over our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson, we definitely have some of the hazy conditions that are out there, and we are seeing that sun that is up right now, but really no cloud cover, and it still feels very nice. You can always see those temperatures on the right side of your screen. A lot of us have been in the 50s this morning, and we're hanging on to 55, your number in Towson right now, with no wind to speak of. Dew point right at 50 degrees, and we're going to keep the dew points in the 50s. So the muggy meter stays in the nice category for yet another day. Last couple of afternoons have just been splendid. Hopefully you've had the windows and doors open, maybe turning off the air for a little bit and getting some of that fresh air in the house. That's not going to be the case as we get into Sunday and Monday. We'll need that AC cranked back up. All right, as the kids get back to the school and back to the bus stop, beep, beep, numbers in the mid-50s this hour with upper 70s through noon and into the lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for today. 80 is our average for this time of year now that we're in mid-September. A lot of us close to that or even above that number later today. 80 in Frederick, 82 in Baltimore City, upper 70s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, 79 as you are up in the afternoon here for us in Elkton. Numbers will be a little bit warmer to the south, 81 in D.C. and 82 in Richmond. Heading down the ocean today, 73 in Ocean City. And speaking of the Ravens, of course, the big game coming up Sunday, our home opener as the Dolphins are in town. We got 3 weeks in a row where we got to play the AFC East. Next week, we're in Foxborough, and it's going to be on FOX45 for that game. But 88 by halftime. So you got to think about the game when you're tailgating on Sunday morning. It's going to be great. It's just going to be warm, and it will be warm on Sunday afternoon as well. Ridge of high pressure is going to slide off to the east, and that's going to tap into some more of that southerly flow, bringing us a little bit more heat and humidity. Shout out to Gwen in Middle River, Gidget and Bruno, all ready for fall and trying to enjoy the last couple of days of summer. So Gwen, thank you, and Gidget and Bruno looking great as always. You can always send me your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Would love to put your pets on TV. All right, so here we go on our 7-day forecast. You can see your Ravens Day on Sunday, 90 on Monday, and we keep the upper 80s and lower 90s into Tuesday next week. Fall begins Thursday, but not till Thursday night. So the next the first full day of fall will be next Friday.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work. It is time now for our Job of the Day. Baltimore City Community College is looking to hire a refugee youth project instructor for elementary or middle school. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Wheel of Fortune Live, it's coming to Maryland, and Fox 45 wants to send you there for free all week long. We've been giving away tickets, how you can enter to win and see Pat and Vanna live. Come on.
And this morning, we're at a thrift shop near Johns Hopkins that's been serving the community for over 100 years. We'll tell you more about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
$724. Oh, it's so Baltimore. Shop in the name of charity as the Carry On shop reopens to the public.
The Women's Board of the Johns Hopkins Hospital contributes millions of dollars in support of clinical care, medical, and nursing education. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark, he is live at the Carry On shop with what they have out there and all the good that they do. Mark, what's going on?
I'm with the Dr. Deborah Fickey. She's the booger with the sugar, the head honcho, the top dog over here. And it's a great cause. They have a beautiful selection of items, but also it all goes for a great cause. Right, Doc?
That's right. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, we are the Women's Board of the Johns Hopkins Hospital, and we have been working for Hopkins since 1927, so that's 95 years. Wow. We've had this shop open for that long. So it is the oldest shop, thrift shop in Maryland, and it's also the oldest shop in the nation that's affiliated with a hospital. We have raised over $22 million for Hopkins in that time period. Wow. And we buy equipment that is desperately needed by the hospital. We advance patient care by buying things that decrease radiation, say, for children who are getting frequent x-rays. We also decrease the pain for procedures and make diagnoses much more quicker with the equipment that we buy.
I love the fact that the community is so involved. You have people who donate items to give so people can buy. Then also you have the logo wear, the new logo wear, the kind of the hot items for Johns Hopkins, right?
That's right.
And so it's almost like, and then you also mentioned, I talked to the young ladies, you'll see them later on with their fashions, that, you know, a lot of the new students come in, a lot of the public, the community can come in and just have a comfortable space and also look at the wonderful items that they can purchase. I saw some fine records over there.
That's right.
So it's really a community thing, right?
That's right. We are definitely part of the community. We serve the students, the medical students, nursing students, the public health students, and all the employees in the hospital. Everyone from who serves your meals over there to the nurse in the circulating nurse in the operating room. So we take care of everybody.
And guys, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, there's a lot of nice items in here, including a Gucci bag that I have my eye on for the wife.
Oh,
wait, all right.
I got excited there for a second.
No, he said he's buying that too. He's getting that, the vinyls. All right, Mark Clark doing some shopping today.
For more information, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks is the place to go. Sounds like fun.
Did he ask for your size too?
No.
That's mine. Oh.
What?
Okay. All right, good. Yeah.
All right.
T-minus 2 days until Ravens face off against the Miami Dolphins right there at M&T Bank Stadium. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's going to be tracking the temperatures for the game day. He'll be breaking it all down for us in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Prosecutors in Marilyn Mosby's case are asking for a gag order. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why, plus when we could see it put in place.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. Welcome to the weekend, Friday, September 16th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. The weekend is here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the forecast, and it's a good one.
Smell that football in the air, guys. I mean, I don't know what it is. And there actually is some...
pigskin.
What's that?
Sweat. Pigskin,
yes, all the good
blood.
stuff. I was thinking more,
hot dogs
burgers and hot dogs and
gotcha.
chicken and all the other good things. We'll take you outside right now. I do want to let you know it's kind of hazy right now. It's almost a hazy shade of summer looking out toward the Francis Scott Key Bridge there. And we do actually have some upper level winds that have brought in some of the smoke from the western wildfires as far away as right here. So lower 50s in Joppatown and Essex right now, 51 Owens Mills, 52 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, and 51 in Glen Burnie this morning. Get the yard work and the gardening done whenever you'd like today, because we're going to be in the upper 70s and lower 80s. Maybe you want to get the grass cut before the weekend festivities. And check out our temperatures. 82 today, mid 80s tomorrow, then upper 80s for your Ravens game on Sunday. It's going to be a warm one for sure. We'll take a closer look at that forecast coming up on that big green wall in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, any better on the roads?
Yeah, that one big accident had 3 cars in the outer loop. 695 right near in between 70 is good. So that's, you see that 795 to 95, 17 minutes, and that's just a little bit of the volume there. 95 to 83, 17 minutes. That's because of the Parkville area. It's just a usual congestion. The only thing we have, 695's outer loop, right at exit 2. That's Maryland 10, Arundel Expressway. There's one vehicle there. You have to slow down before you can get off and go southbound on 10. Everybody else in the green.
7:31, yet another delay in the federal trial for Marilyn Mosby. Now, it will not happen until March of next year.
And this morning, prosecutors are asking for a gag order following comments made by Mosby's attorney.
That's right. Olivia Dance joining us live now from the federal courthouse. Olivia, what are you hearing about this?
Good morning. Yeah, that's right. Prosecutors in the case are asking for a gag order, but a judge ruled that the earliest the court would consider that gag order is in October. Prosecutors requested the order just one day after Scott Bolden, who's Marilyn Mosby's defense attorney, made angry comments right here outside the federal courthouse.
They've never prosecuted anybody before in the history of this country for taking their own money out of their retirement fund, $457 under the CARES Act. Look at those numbers. Those are real numbers. They ought to scare you. Because if you're in the federal government, if you're in the state government, if you're an African-American politician working for the government, you are at risk because of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the city of Baltimore.
If a gag order is put in place, then the case would not be allowed to be discussed in public. In the filing, federal prosecutors say that, quote, Mr. Bolden's threatening comments pose the risk of prejudicing those jurors against the United States Attorney's Office, but a gag order has yet to be imposed, so we'll keep an eye on that. But just as a reminder, Mosby's trial has been delayed until March 27th of 2023. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Developing now, Baltimore City schools responding to some criticism surrounding the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. Now, among the holiest of the year, the school system scheduled parent-teacher conferences on the holiday. Some saying it's disrespectful to the families who want to celebrate. Well, the school system releasing a statement apologizing for the scheduling conflict, and it says that schools are now being directed to provide alternative days and times to attend parent-teacher conferences to families who cannot attend because of Yom Kippur. Athletic games, though, scheduled for the holiday have been postponed.
Meanwhile, in Baltimore County, authorities arrest a 16-year-old Randallstown High School student after police say he brought a gun into the school. Well, the school says a staff member and a school safety assistant found a student acting suspiciously in the hallway. That staff member then called a school resource officer who found the gun in the student's backpack.
Well, Baltimore County schools are now asking for your input on what to do about weather days, like snow days. In a survey released by the Maryland Department of Education, they're asking, what are your preferences on days of inclement weather? The survey includes questions like, is transition to virtual inclement weather days the preferred method of learning? Well, you can find the survey right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/links.
From our live center now this morning, no issues expected today for rail commuters coming in and out of Baltimore. A tentative deal is in place, but The railroad industry not out of the woods yet, guys. Now leaders of the 12 unions involved, they've got to sell that agreement to its members, who will then vote to ratify or reject the deal over the next several weeks. I want to show you what that deal looks like here. Take a look. The tentative deal giving union engineers and conductors a 24% raise during the 5-year life contract here, which runs from 2020 through 2024. Back pay and bonuses will give them an average of an $11,000 payment per person once that deal is ratified. Union leadership saying in a joint statement, quote, "For the first time ever, the agreement provides our members with the ability to take time away from work to attend routine and preventive medical care, as well as exemptions from attendance policies for hospitalizations and surgical procedures." Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg calling the tentative deal reached between the rail industry and union representatives a win that will keep America moving forward. If a deal had not been reached and a strike started today, it would have cost the economy $2 billion per day of that strike.
We are now just 2 days out from the Ravens' home opener against Miami Dolphins, and fans will be packing M&T Bank Stadium. Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with what you need to know if you plan on going to the game Sunday. Shannon.
Tom, that excitement is building, and of course, so will the crowds on Sunday. So a few things to know before you go out to game day. First, a look at the details right here. The Ravens take on the Miami Dolphins at 1 p.m. on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. The parking lots will open 4.5 hours before kickoff. Stadium gates will open 2 hours before game time. And this is important. You must enter the gate that is listed on your ticket. So speaking of tickets, you need to get your tickets ahead of time. All tickets will be digital and can be accessed through the Ravens app that's on your phone. Also, M&T Bank Stadium will be cashless for most all purchases, so be sure to bring a debit or credit card. Google Pay and Apple Pay will also be accepted. Now, when it comes to the bag, you can bring only a small clutch the size of your hand, or clear purses that don't exceed 12 by 6 by 12, or a 1-gallon clear plastic freezer bag. That will be accepted as well. As for COVID protocols, you can expect enhanced cleaning and disinfection around the stadium, especially on those high-touch surfaces like door handles and handrails. But you can find all of this information and more online at BaltimoreRavens.com. And most importantly, have fun and let's go Ravens.
Let's go Ravens. Shannon, we are also hearing Sunday the team and fans will be honoring Ravens player Tony Siragusa and Jalen Ferguson, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom, and that's a good point because fans should be in their seats no later than 12:40 for that ceremony. Siragusa and Ferguson, you'll remember, passed away just within 24 hours of each other back in June. And Siragusa's family will be on the field to remember the popular defensive tackle. Then, following player introductions, there will be a moment of silence for outside linebacker Jalen Ferguson. And after the national anthem, his family will be on the Ravens sidelines as honorary game captains. Now, Ravens players are also going to be wearing decals with the players' names and numbers right on their helmet. They'll be doing that all season in their honor. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. It is never too early to talk about flu season. Unfortunately, why health experts say this fall and winter could be more severe than in years past.
Starting off chilly this morning, but expect sunny skies with highs in the lower 80s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how it's going to feel inside the bank Sunday in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38 your time.
The numbers are in here at 7:41 now, and this year's Maryland State Fair saw record attendance.
Yeah, in fact, get this. More than 588,000 people were visiting the fair this year, 16% increase. The fair also saw an increase in livestock exhibits and an all-time gross income for fair attractions.
The fair this year moved to a 3-weekend format instead of that traditional 12 straight days, and fair officials are saying that really contributed to the success. Preparation for next year's fair, they're already hard at work.
And remember, there were some rain days in there, too.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't show up. So get real. TikTok now following Instagram's lead of copying features from other more popular apps.
Interesting. And now, maybe not a gold digger, but he does want more out of his corporate partnership. Why Kanye West is officially cutting ties with a major clothing brand. It is 7:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. It is 7:44. Health experts warning the nation to brace for what could be an exceptionally bad flu season, saying there are two big reasons why people could be more vulnerable this year. This morning, Dr. Wilbur Chen, professor of medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, joining us live to weigh in. Dr. Chen, great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Megan, and happy Friday.
Yes, happy Friday to you. Unfortunately, thinking about flu season, you and I were saying it's strangely refreshing, though, to be focusing more on flu than COVID right now. And we're hearing, though, that it's supposed to be a bad season. Why is that?
Yeah, so a couple of things certainly are important to recognize. We're opened up a lot more now. I think that, again, schools are back in person. Great. Businesses are open. This is terrific. So a lot of people are mingling, so that means more transmission of airborne viruses. So that includes influenza for the winter time. And also, we have not experienced influenza in the past couple of years. Very low influenza cases over the past couple of years because of COVID, because we were largely masked, because we were staying separated. So I think those two things, our immunity has not been trained, and that's why it's important to get vaccinated every year with influenza vaccines. And we're just, in person more.
So, Dr. Chen, the question every year is the vaccine looking like the strain that we're seeing out in the community? Are you seeing signs of that yet?
It's too early to tell for us in the northern hemisphere, but the southern hemisphere, they just our summer, their winter in Australia actually had one of their worst influenza seasons over the past 5 years. And so I expect that what they saw is what we will see. And those viruses matched the vaccine that we're now using for our vaccine.
That's reassuring. Is there anything else we can do? Getting the vaccine, of course. Anything else to protect ourselves?
I think, again, masking will continue to be important for all types of viruses. So it's not just COVID. Staying home when you're ill is going to be important so that you don't transmit to other friends, family, coworkers. And getting vaccinated, both COVID vaccination boosters now and your annual influenza vaccine. Those are going to be the important things for this fall and winter.
And are you recommending masking when you're not feeling well or even when you're healthy in crowded areas? What's the guidance there?
I think you should feel comfortable to mask even when you're healthy and well and mingling in other areas. We should make that a normal behavior that shouldn't be scoffed at. But certainly if a person is feeling ill or is recovering recently, then they should be masked.
Makes sense. All right, Dr. Chen, thank you for the update. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
7:47 now and heading into a weekend, Tom.
Yeah, the weekend, Maryland and SMU, and I have to tell you.
Who are you rooting for?
I don't know. Maybe Peruna the Mustangs.
Let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this as well.
The problem with college football for me, and it's not a problem, it's just that I have like 6 alma maters, so there are like schools that I root for all the time.
I think you go with the one the diploma came from.
Okay, then that's good. All right, so then Mississippi State. Hail Bulldogs. Yeah, roll them up, Bulldogs. Let's do it. Yeah, but, Oregon was my first school, and, we've got BYU at Oregon right here on Fox 45 tomorrow, so I will be watching that game. Quack! That's the duck. That's not Hank the Bird. That's an actual quack. So, all right, here's a look at our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. Good morning to you. Taking a look out at a nice start to your morning here in Towson. The sun is up. Did the pre-Superman walk earlier this morning. Sure felt very nice. However, a little hazy out there right now. 55 is your current temp. You can see those temperatures on the right side of your screen. We always have those posted, even during commercial breaks, so you know exactly what the temp is before you step outside. Now, I do want to let you know that the mugginess is coming back. We're going to see that on Saturday and Sunday with more of that humidity rolling in, not into an uncomfortable category, but you'll definitely feel more summer-like, especially on Sunday and Monday, and especially Sunday if you're hanging out at M&T Bank Stadium or just tailgating outside with your family and friends. Next hour at Fells, we're going to see those numbers in the upper 50s hanging out at the Cup this morning, right about 78 by noon, and we'll see those temperatures very nice for lunch outdoors or even happy hours outdoors this afternoon. Topping out right about 82 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Upper 70s for a lot of you. Westminster, Cockeysville, over into Bel Air, 78 in Chestertown, 76 in Annapolis, and up and down the 95 corridor if you're heading to Philly today, 80, 81 down the interstate into D.C., and if you're heading down the ocean, 73, your high today in Ocean City. It is going to be warm, as we've been talking about all morning long, as the Dolphins are in town. Both the Tua Tagliova. Why can't I say it?
It's hard. Very difficult. Tagliota?
Yeah, Tagovailoa, that's what it is.
Tagovailoa.
Tua Tagovailoa, yeah. He's in town this weekend, and his brother, of course, is our Terps quarterback. So both brothers will be in the area. 85, though, for kickoff on Sunday at 1 o'clock. 88 by halftime. It is going to be warm on Sunday afternoon, no doubt about that. So make sure to stay hydrated. If you are heading down the ocean for the final weekend of summer, low to mid-70s into Friday and Saturday, close to 80 on Sunday. So very nice weather there. Nothing but sunny skies as well. Big ridge of high pressure. That's why we're staying mainly dry. That's not breaking down anytime soon. And really no rain. Even on our 7-day forecast, we don't have much rain at all to talk about. There's your Ravens game Sunday. Overall, as we get into Monday and Tuesday, numbers stay summer-like. And then fall begins Thursday night. It will still be warm on Thursday before those numbers break into next weekend. Meg?
Tagovailoa. Tua Tagovailoa. I think that's right.
Yeah.
All right, trending now. TikTok introducing a new feature that copies one of its rivals.
Yeah, Thursday, the app announcing a new real-time sharing feature called TikTok Now. Well, the feature will send users a timed push notification every day, reminding them to post a video or photo of what they're doing at that moment.
Wow, the new feature, modeled after the social media app Be Real, which has been gaining traction among young people. I'm looking at our young people here in studio. Yep, they've heard about it. Yeah, here from my producer saying it. TikTok says the feature is now available in the app for U.S. users, but can be added as a standalone app in other regions. Nice to have some young people keeping us up to date on what's going on. I had not heard about that one.
Keeping us real. Thank you. Kanye West ending his partnership with Gap.
Some calling this move genius. Others say that this was kind of a stunt. Either way, you're not going to find just clothes at Gap anymore.
West says Gap breached the partnership by not opening branded Yeezy stores and distributing his apparel as originally planned, among other things.
In a deleted social media post, we are hearing that he wrote, "You really have to give me the position to be Yee and let me do what I'm thinking, or I have to do the thinking somewhere else." A lot going on there. Now he plans on opening up his own Yeezy stores, which seems like the right
Makes
avenue
sense.
for him anyway.
It does.
Yeah.
Wild card hopes remain alive for the Orioles. Still ahead this morning, the final push in the postseason and who's standing in their way.
Wheel of Fortune Live coming to Maryland, and FOX45 wants to send you there for free. After the break, we're going to let you know how you can enter to win.
In fact, you want to try and solve one of those problems, Meg?
I'm looking close. I sure do. I think it looks like it's time for a coffee break.
Time for a coffee break. Well done. Well done.
Happening today, the biggest series of the year for the Orioles as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays on the road tonight at 7.
20 games remain on the regular season schedule, and the Orioles, they're still trying to get that last wild card spot.
The 3-game series with Toronto, this could shift the momentum in their favor. Fingers crossed.
Right now, Baltimore 4.5 games back of that final spot, held by Tampa. Toronto is a half game ahead of the Rays. The O's have 6 games left against the Jays.
Good luck.
Happening this morning, Wheel of Fortune Live. It's coming to Maryland, and you have a chance to go for free. A Wheel of Fortune Live tour performance is happening at the Hall at Live Casino in Hanover, September 24th and 25th.
Stay with Fox 45 News all morning and wait for your cue to call and win. The 10th caller is going to win 2 VIP tickets to that show on the 25th.
I thought we were doing it right now.
I know.
I was a little disappointed. Okay.
Coming.
Countdown to kickoff is on, and we are looking forward to Sunday's game against the Dolphins. We'll tell you what you need to do to get ready for this home opener.
Marilyn Mosby's trial has been delayed again. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why experts think this could cause complications. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for joining us on this Friday, September 16th. It's a football-filled weekend, too, here at Fox 45. All weekend long, we've got games that you can watch right here, so don't even bother touching that dial. Remember that, kids? Don't turn the dial. Thank you, Justin. Everyone else is like, yeah, what are you talking about, dial?
I had a dial. You had to get up from the TV. You had to get up from the couch.
Right.
You had to walk over and you had to turn the knob and then get
and there's
back
only
to
3 stations, maybe 4 stations. Remember that?
3 stations. We were on UHF.
UHF,
the second
VHF.
little dial down there.
Yeah, that was, man, way back in the time. Smack the top of it, making sure it went in. Don't move, nobody move.
And no worries for that now. We're all like technologically advanced. So hopefully in full high definition for you this morning. Yeah, you can watch us on your phones. Absolutely. Let's take a look outside right now. See what's going on there. There we go. Beautiful shot there. We've got M&T Bank Stadium. Of course, Camden Yards. Now, the O's are back Monday in town, but they've got a huge road series in Toronto this weekend. If they can take a couple of games from them, we have a real chance at sliding into that wild card spot. 53 in Cockeysville right now, 55 in Towson, lower 50s in Rosedale. We're at 53 in Essex and Middle River. So you can see in your yard and gardening cast a great morning to get out there and get some yard work done, maybe getting those fall mums ready to go. However, it's still going to warm up. We're not done with the heat. 82 today, but mid-80s Saturday and upper 80s on your Ravens Sunday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Traffic Edge report here from Len Stoller Traffic Network. And this one incident they're clearing up right now. It's actually gotten a lot better. It's to the top left of your corner there. It's right at 695 here, and there was a two-vehicle accident that's over on the shoulder here. It's right at Arundel Expressway here, so just right before you get the ramp southbound on 10. That's where the issue is, but you can see they're getting by just slower. We start off this hour in a city in crisis. Surprising admission from the director of the Department of Public Works during a fiery hearing into the water contamination in West Baltimore. Director Jason Mitchell saying the department made mistakes and needs to make some changes.
We did struggle the first 24 hours. And I said that earlier, and I will say that again. We struggled. We needed help. It doesn't take long, as you can imagine. But I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
Well, we reached out to Mayor Brandon Scott's office about that bungled response, asking if, in the light of the director's statements, the mayor has changed his view on how the department ended up handling the situation. Spokesperson for the mayor did not directly answer that question in her response, instead writing, "We have started to assess where matters could have been coordinated differently internally. That would have allowed for even more efficiency around messaging and outreach externally." Well, you can find that full response right on our Twitter page at Fox Baltimore. This morning, Fox 45 News conducting independent testing of the water. In fact, Shannon Lilly is joining us here in studio this morning. She has more on the process aimed at helping give those residents some sort of peace of mind. Shannon?
Yeah, this morning, Tom, those water samples are at the lab and we are awaiting those results. We are actually now learning that we can expect those results as soon as today, which will hopefully help ease concerns and get some answers, because even though the mayor says the water is safe to drink as of last Friday, a lot of people we're speaking to just aren't confident in that. Harlem Park resident Denise Knight, she's one of them.
Not knowing, that's a scary thing. I hope he was right. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but, this test will tell.
Well, you heard her. She mentioned the tests. 2 EPA certified water samplers from 2 Maryland Department of Environment approved water testing laboratories were at Knight's home yesterday taking these samples. That's after we reached out to several MDE approved water testing labs to test her water. In the end, Fountain Valley Analytical and Atlantic Blue Water Services were selected. Now, our cameras documented their sample gathering.
You've got something called thiosulfate in here that counteracts the chlorine.
We want to make sure everything's sterile before we put it in the bottle so that we don't get any contamination from here. All right, I'm all finished.
All right, and these specialists have now submitted the samples to MDE-approved water testing labs in Maryland. Again, we expect test results today, and of course, we will keep you posted when we get them. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Well, new this morning, Fox 45 News plans on pressing the mayor on concerns over DPW. Mayor Brandon Scott will be heading to the opening of the Poughkeepsie Park for the reopening ceremony at 10. Our Mackenzie Frost will be heading to the ceremony to question the mayor, and we'll have details in the later shows. This brings us to our question of the day. Who would you trust to fix the Department of Public Works? Mayor Brandon Scott, City Council, both, or neither? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 96% of the voters have responded neither. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
It is what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah, this is as fast as the court could do it.
Well, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will have to wait another 6 months for her federal trial to begin. The judge in the case announcing the jury trial will begin March 27th. This is the second time this trial has been moved. Originally scheduled for May, then it was moved to September 19th. Olivia Dance joining us this morning with a look into how this latest delay could impact the case. Olivia?
Good morning, Tom. And yeah, Marilyn Mosby's trial was supposed to start on Monday right here at the federal courthouse. But as you just mentioned, the trial is delayed until next year. But experts say this could cause some complications. Mosby had asked the court for a speedy trial, which won't happen now that the trial is delayed until March 27th, 2023. But take a listen to Mosby's defense attorney reacting to that delay.
It is what it is. You got the court's order, and we're going to follow it.
You wanted a speedy trial.
Yeah. This is as fast as the court could do it.
The delay comes after Mosby's defense team added an expert witness to their case. This then forced prosecutors to ask for more time to request a witness of their own, but experts say the delay could cause some challenges.
I don't expect the theories to change much, but there's always the risk that witnesses may become unavailable.
If the government has more time to get a rebuttal expert or to parse through Mosby's representations of what she will present at trial, I think it definitely puts them in a better position.
It's also important to mention that with this delay, Mosby will no longer be in office as state's attorney when the trial begins. Tom, back to you.
Olivia, we're hearing prosecutors requesting a gag order, though. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, they are requesting a gag order because of some comments that Mosby's defense attorney made. But coming up in just about 30 minutes, I'll have more details on that. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here's a look at this new timeline for this case. The defense will provide more information on their witnesses October 7th. There will be 2 hearings in January, both on motion and deadlines. There will be a pretrial hearing March 7th. Jury selection is scheduled for March 23rd and 24th. Again, this trial is set to begin March 27th. Now, taking you from the live center right here, let me pull out this camera for you here, taking you to New York City, where a longtime state judge, now named as the independent arbiter to review documents that were seized by the FBI search in former President Donald Trump's Florida home. Senior Judge Raymond Dearie was put forward as a possible candidate for the special master role by Trump, who had sued to win the review. Dearie, appointed by Ronald Reagan in 1986. U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon, writing in her order, quote, "The court does not find it appropriate to accept the government's conclusions on these important and disputed issues without further review by a neutral third party." Well, Dearie will now be responsible for reviewing the entire inventory, 11,000 documents, about 100 of those were said to be highly classified. Dearie then must identify any personal materials of Trump's that should possibly be returned to the former president's possession, and he doesn't have a lot of time either to do this. He must finish his review by Wednesday, November 30th, after the midterm elections. Judge also refusing to allow the Justice Department to continue its use of those so-called classified documents taken by the FBI in Mar-a-Lago. The DOJ now planning to appeal.
And coming up, we're at the thrift shop right on the campus of Johns Hopkins that has cool items that benefit the community for a great cause. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News.
And we're cool outside this morning with temperatures still hanging in the 50s, but we're going to heat up this weekend, the final weekend of summer. Breaking it all down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, 8:11 is the time. Let's take a look at today's headlines. Maryland Department of Transportation unveiling its plan for the fall. President Joe Biden expected to meet with the family of WNBA star Brittany Griner to discuss her future in a Russian prison. And there's a Ravens pep rally happening in Dundalk ahead of the home opener this Sunday against the Dolphins. Be sure to send us your Purple Friday photos and videos using Chime In. All right, now is your chance to win those 2 VIP tickets to Wheel of Fortune Live. That show happening September 25th at the Live Casino in Hanover. In fact, you see the number on your screen? 10th caller gets to win that. 410-481-4545. Good luck. Millions of dollars going to Baltimore nonprofit, but there's questions about the money. Just ahead, the law violation that's drawing some controversy this morning.
And again, we're at the, I'm sorry, we are at a thrift shop. And no, I'm not going to be in a fashion show. We're at a thrift shop where you can get these wonderful fashions for a great cause. We'll talk about it more coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all morning, all local.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.815 in Fox 45, holding your elected leaders accountable. Mayor Brandon Scott awards $3.4 million in federal stimulus funds to 120 small organizations who help the needy. But 23 are violating Maryland state law, with 16 of them considered delinquent, another double dipping, even though they're registered as closed. Joining us now to break down those numbers and what he found and where your tax dollars are going, CEO and founder of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, Tom. So here's what we found. Mayor Scott, he released 120 small public charities that are going to be getting $3.4 million from the American Rescue Act through his Office of Special Programs doled out through the city of Baltimore. So we ran those 120 organizations through the Maryland Charitable Solicitation Database. And here's what we found. 23 of those organizations do not have a current registration. They're not supposed to be able to solicit funds in the state of Maryland. Yet here's what the record shows. They filled out a grant application. The grant application was vetted by Mayor Scott's Office of Special Programs. The 23 of these applications were approved. those organizations weren't supposed to be even able to fill out the grant application and solicit funds in the state because their registration is not current. So we reached out to the governor, the attorney general based right there in Baltimore, Brian Frosch. We reached out to the Secretary of State, John Wogensmith. And guess what? We've heard nothing. We reached out to the mayor, Comptroller Bill Henry. We've been on this program 3 times previously with this segment, complaining that hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars of taxpayer money is being paid by Baltimore to charities not in compliance with state law that don't have current registrations. And we have heard nothing. Nobody will comment.
No comments back, and we're talking 50,000 per organization, possibly. So most, you say in your report that they are doing a lot of help to help the city. However, though, 1.15 million, if you talk about those 23 others, that's a potential 50,000 each. That's 1.15 million that could just be gone, and that's taxpayer money if that's actually happening.
Absolutely. So look, who's doing the vetting? There's $10 million that taxpayers are paying for this Office of Special Programs. It was a newly created office by the mayor to distribute the federal American Rescue Act funds. So who's doing the vetting over there with a $10 million budget when we can do this with our small nonprofit at openthebooks.com just to check the basic filing requirements in the state? And look, the Attorney General, Brian Frost, he needs to weigh in on this. His mission statement on the website says that he gives legal counsel to the state agencies. He's the top law enforcement officer in the state of Maryland. He needs to get engaged on this issue.
Awesome, Adam, those Sisters Together and Reaching Incorporated. You have something really interesting about that because they're registered as closed, yet they are double dipping. Tell us about that.
So this is just one of the 23 organizations. There are 3 of these organizations that are supposed to be closed for business in the state of Maryland, according to the Secretary of State's website. Yet they keep getting city funding. We 3 months ago, we did a random sample of 50 nonprofits in Baltimore receiving millions of dollars worth of city funds. And this organization was on the list, so we highlighted them. Right. In the past 2 to 3 months, they have done nothing to pull their registration current, and they're with a closed registration at the Secretary of State's level. They are soliciting more money from city government. And this is exactly the problem.
Yeah, well, if the money keeps coming in and you're not following the rules, it doesn't really matter from their perspective. Hey, keep the money flowing, right? Adam Andrzejewski, thank you so much. We appreciate you just looking at the simple lines and pointing out some of the obvious things here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, now we want to get a check of your weather. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers ready for a lot of football this weekend. And are you flying again today?
I am.
Nice.
Yeah, you and I were going to go, but I can't. Got to do some stuff. Look,
family.
Do you like guacamole, Tom?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, today's National Guacamole Day. I apologize for not mentioning this earlier. I know, there's none in here.
When we say the word donuts, there's donuts that show up automatically.
You should use your $20 for guacamole at the store. But yeah, I'm guessing there's going to be some guacamole on people's tables, on people's tailgate out here at M&T Bank Stadium. By the way, have you noticed in this picture lately, guys, the last couple of days, those big poles that are going up, that's that Topgolf that's going to be put in right behind M&T Bank Stadium. That's the netting for all of those drives and everything out there. So either way, going to be popping this weekend, getting that guacamole going. The O's are back home on Monday. They've got a nice home stretch starting Monday, but out of town this weekend, of course, in Toronto. Big 3-game series in Toronto. Hopefully they can at least take 2 and try to get a little bit closer into that wild card spot. The dew point temps are staying good. So our muggy meter in the green, the nice category for another day. Last couple of days have just been fantastic. Great day today, tomorrow or Sunday to hang by the pool. In fact, it's going to be warm. Mid-80s on Saturday and then upper 80s on Sunday. Some folks, when it gets to 90 degrees, say hot. I just say it's hot when you're firing up that grill. We're talking about the grill cast here. 82 by 4 p.m. Great great afternoon and evening to throw some steaks and some sausages on there, some veggies as well. 80 by about 5 o'clock, mid-70s into that 7 o'clock hour. So enjoy some time with family and friends here as we get you into your final weekend of summer. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon, right at 81 in Towson. Same number for you there in Dundalk out through Middle River. Perry Hall and White Marsh in the upper 70s as well. Heading west to Cumberland at 79. Down the ocean, 73 today at Ocean City and Rehoboth, and lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. In fact, another weekend as well that will be nice will be the weather. The weather will be nice at Ocean City. Down the ocean, cast 76 on Saturday and close to 80 on Sunday. All right, here's your Ravens cast. Everybody's wondering about this. If you haven't heard already, it's going to be warm. We've been talking about that all week. 85 at that 1 o'clock kickoff and then 88 by halftime. So make sure to have plenty of water, get the sunblock on as well, especially if you're going to be out there tailgating. Quick update here on Tropical Storm Fiona. The latest 8 o'clock numbers in. Still 50-mile-an-hour winds expected to hit the Leeward Islands by tonight, and then south of Puerto Rico, but still impacting Puerto Rico by tomorrow afternoon into Sunday. Then we'll see what happens with that storm. A lot of the models want to take it up to the north, but should stay away from the U.S. We'll keep our eye on that as we always do. All right, there we go. Ravens Day Sunday, 88, 90 on Monday. We keep those temperatures above average into early next week. And then fall begins Thursday night, but temperatures on Thursday, Tom, still in the upper 80s.
Still great weather there. Unions management reaching a tentative deal, averting a freight railroad strike. And what the deal is promising union engineers and conductors.
Prosecutors in Marilyn Mosby's case are asking for a gag order. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why and when we could expect it to be in place. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$825, and it's so Baltimore. Support the Women's Board of Johns Hopkins Hospital as they give back to the medical professionals all throughout the city. The Carry On Shop reopens to the public where you can shop and donate. Be More Lifestyle host and our model this morning, Mark Clark, live at the Carry On Shop with what they have. You were just modeling when we went to commercial break earlier. You had a hat on, right?
I did have that luxurious faux fur hat on, and that's the kind of items we have here. And again, all morning long, I'm with Dr. Roberta Fickey, and Dr. Fickey is showing us the amazing things that they have here, all for a good cause, right?
That's right. Every year that we raise about $500,000 for the hospital and buy amazing patient equipment with that.
Well, let's look at some of these wonderful items we have here.
I'd love to do that. We've got some beautiful designer dresses right here. I see an Acris dress right there. And this is our cheap and chic department where you can see our prices there. Pants are $12, blouses $12. We have a beautiful designer and couture section. We have label designs like Carlisle and etc. and Lafayette 148. And then we've got a very popular vintage section with the young people. They like to take this stuff and change it to be their own. So we're all about reuse, recycle, repurpose. We've been doing that for a long time. We've also got a men's section. We've got slacks, we've got suits and blazers and jackets. And then over here, we've got beautiful handbags. This is an Alexandra Clancy bag.
Okay.
We carry Coach, and we've got a vintage Gucci that's beautiful. We just have everything that anybody could ever want for a gift.
And you were saying that you guys incorporated also the logo wear from Johns Hopkins, right?
That's right. We listen to our customers. We have students from the Public Health Service and medicine and nursing. They all want logo wear, and all the researchers and fellows around here want it. One thing we want to make sure people know how to get here. Our hours are Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 to 5, and we are located at 1830 East Monument Street. If you're a patient, you can just park where you normally park and walk across the street. We're half a block from the main entrance to the hospital on Wolf Street.
And I love the communities involved. While we're here, people are just coming in from the community. I saw a guy, hard-working painter, came in, bought a sports jacket. And Tom, I saw some corduroy pants with your name on them.
Corduroy pants, yes. Oh, well, man.
It's almost time.
Yeah, it is. We can bring it back.
It's almost time.
Thanks, Mark. If you'd like some more information, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. The Ravens taking on Miami Dolphins this weekend in their home opener. Just ahead, how you can prepare the best tailgate or viewing party. And we've got recipes you can make right at home.
And the countdown is on to that game. Coming up, I'll break down everything you need to know if you plan to actually go to the game this weekend. It is 8:28. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, September 16th. I'm Megan Gillen, heading into our first home game of the season here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with your Ravens forecast.
Cheeseburgers, brats, chicken wings. I like chicken wings, fried chicken, maybe some grits.
Trying to think of my
mac
favorite.
And cheese.
This is all stadium food, you're thinking?
Yeah.
Nachos. I think nachos for football.
Okay,
for
that's
some reason.
good too. That's good. Yeah, all good stuff for tailgating and for the game on Sunday. That is going to be warm. You will need cold beverages. There's no doubt about that. We always need cold beverages at the games, right? Whether you're at Camden Yards or M&T Bank Stadium, as we look out right now. Plenty of sunshine out there. Still temperatures in the 50s. It's been a very pleasant morning. One of the coolest mornings so far this week. Numbers today are going to get up into the 80s as we head out and about. Ahoy! Boaters and watermen. Northeast wind about 5 to 10 knots. Great day to be on the water if you still have the boats in the water. You know, Captain Dan still hasn't taken me out on the boat this year. I guess I missed the boat literally for the summertime. So we'll have to try to get at it next year. We'll have another look at your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. 8:32, and yet another delay in the federal trial for Marilyn Mosby. Now, it will not happen until March of next year. And this morning, prosecutors are asking for a gag order following comments made by Mosby's attorney. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now from the federal courthouse. Olivia, what are you learning?
Yeah, Megan, that's right. Prosecutors in the case are asking for a gag order, but a judge ruled that the earliest the court would consider that gag order is in October. Prosecutors requested the order just one day after Scott Bolden, who's Marilyn Mosby's defense attorney, made angry comments right here outside the federal courthouse.
They've never prosecuted anybody before in the history of this country for taking their own money out of their retirement fund, 457B, under the CARES Act. Look at those numbers. Those are real numbers. They ought to scare you. Because if you're in the federal government, if you're in the state government, if you're an African-American politician working for the government, you are at risk because of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the city of Baltimore.
If a gag order is put in place, then the case would not be allowed to be discussed in public. In the filing, federal prosecutors say that, quote, Mr. Bolden's threatening comments pose the risk of prejudicing those jurors against the United States Attorney's Office. But, Megan, a gag order has not yet been imposed, so we'll keep an eye on that. But just as a reminder, Mosby's trial has been delayed until March 27th, 2023. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. 8:33, and from the Live Center now this morning, no issues expected today for rail commuters coming in and out of Baltimore. A tentative deal is in place, but the railroad industry not out of the woods yet. We have to see leaders of the 12 unions involved. They've got to sell that agreement now to its members, who will then vote to ratify or reject the deal over the next several of weeks. I want to show you what this deal actually looks like. The tentative deal gives union engineers and conductors a 24% raise during that 5-year life of the contract, which runs from 2020 through 2024. Back pay and bonuses will give them an average of $11,000 payment per person once the deal is ratified. Union leadership saying in a joint statement, quote, for the first time ever, the agreement provides our members with the ability to take time away from work to attend to routine and preventative medical care, as well as exemptions from attendance policies for hospitalizations and surgical procedures. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg calling the tentative deal reached between the rail industry and union representatives a win that will keep America moving forward. If a deal had not been reached and a strike started today, it would have cost the economy $2 billion per day of that strike. Also happening today, the biggest series of the year for the Orioles as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays on the road tonight at 7. 20 games remain on the regular season schedule, and the Orioles are still trying to get that wild card spot. The 3-game series with Toronto could shift the momentum in their favor there, fingers crossed. Right now, Baltimore is 4.5 games back of that final spot, held by Tampa right now. Toronto is a half game ahead of the Rays. The O's have 6 games left against the Jays. We are now just 2 days away from the Ravens home opener, meantime, against the Miami Dolphins, and fans are going to be packing into M&T Bank Stadium for the first time this season. Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio with what you need to know if you're heading out to the stadium on Sunday. Shannon.
Megan, that excitement is building, and of course, so will the crowds on Sunday. So a few things to know to prepare you for game day. First, a look here at the details. The Ravens take on the Miami Dolphins at 1 p.m. on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. The parking lots will open 4.5 hours before kickoff. Stadium gates here open 2 hours before game time. And this is important. You must enter the gate that is listed on your ticket. Speaking of tickets, you need to get yours ahead of time, and all tickets will be digital and can be accessed through the Ravens app that's on your phone. Also, M&T Bank Stadium will be cashless for most all purchases, so be sure to bring a debit or credit card. Google Pay and Apple Pay will also be accepted. Now, when it comes to the bag that you can bring, only a small clutch size, like the size of your hand kind of bag is going to work, or clear purses that don't exceed 12 by 6 by 12, or a 1-gallon clear plastic freezer bag. That will also be accepted. As for COVID protocols, you can expect enhanced cleaning and disinfection around the stadium, especially on high-touch surfaces like door handles and handrails. But, of course, you can find all of this information and a whole lot more online at BaltimoreRavens.com. Most importantly, have fun and go Ravens.
Well, Shannon, I think the question now is, how is the team going to be honoring? Fans, I know, have a lot of plans honoring Ravens players, Tony Siragusa, and also Jalen Ferguson on Sunday. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, and that's a good point that you brought up there, Megan, because fans should be in their seats no later than 12:40 for the ceremony. And you'll remember Siragusa and Ferguson passed away just within 24 hours of each other back in June. So Siragusa's family will be on the field to remember the popular defensive tackle. And then following player introductions, there will be a moment of silence for outside linebacker Jalen Ferguson. Then after the national anthem, his family will be on the Ravens sidelines as honorary game captains. And Ravens players will wear decals with the players' names and numbers. That's going to be on their helmet all season long in their honor. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan?
It's a nice tribute. Shannon, thank you. Well, Baltimore City schools responding to some criticism surrounding the Jewish holiday. Just ahead, what they said. Plus, another day with temps in the 80s, but the summer heat, it's not done yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your weekend forecast. It's 8:38 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Friday morning, getting set for the weekend, looking out over the Inner Harbor. The Patapsco looking nice this morning. And we've got those clouds that are not really here, just a little hazy out there. However, lots of sunshine and good for your morning run or your jog. In fact, next couple of hours, still good to get your exercise in outdoors. We'll be taking a closer look at that weekend and how much warmer we get. In fact, when you'll need that AC flipped back on. Meg?
All right, Justin, looking forward to it. Thank you. 8:41 and developing now. Baltimore City Schools is responding to some criticism surrounding the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur, among the holiest of the year. The school system scheduled parent-teacher conferences on the holiday, and some are now saying that's disrespectful to families who want to celebrate. The school system releasing a statement apologizing for that scheduling conflict, and it says schools are now being directed to provide alternative days and times to attend parent-teacher conferences to those families who cannot attend because of Yom Kippur. Athletic games scheduled for the holiday have been postponed. It is officially Halloween season in Hershey. Just ahead, why you might need to make a trip up to Hershey Park for a brand new haunting experience. And an Arizona Husky becoming the talk of the town. Just ahead, why she's on the roof. It's 8:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It is 8:44. It's officially Halloween season now, and this weekend you can actually celebrate this spooky season at Hershey Park. Manager of Public Relations Amanda Polyak joining us live to share more from the park. Amanda, where are you right now?
Yes, good morning, Megan. I am actually joining you guys from Treatville, one of our locations along our trick-or-treat trail for children 12 and under. So inside Hershey Park, we are so excited to kick off the Halloween season starting this weekend.
And what's happening? I see witches' hats flying in the air behind you.
Yes, well, we have everything from family-friendly to scary coming your way for fall. So Hershey Park Halloween starts tomorrow. We're open more weekends than ever before, so 7 weekends through October 30th. Plenty of time for you to plan a visit. And then new this year, we are debuting our largest investment to date for a seasonal event with Dark Nights.
What does that entail? I feel a little scared. We're looking at some video here, and dare I ask more?
Yeah, so it's a frightfully immersive haunt experience here at Hershey Park, which includes 4 haunted houses and 3 scare zones as part of integrated thrill experiences that you can only find here in Hershey.
So what age group are we thinking about for this? Am I old enough?
Oh, we are both old enough. So we say parental discretion is advised.
Okay.
So some aspects may be a little too scary for children under 13, but Hershey Park is still open during the nighttime for some coaster rides and trick-or-treating for kids. And we have a character glow dance party. So really this year we're offering something unique and fun for everyone. If you like the thrills, if you like the scares, if you want to not be scared and enjoy some rides, we have it all for you here.
And there's something about riding a roller coaster at night when it's dark that just feels slightly more thrilling and terrifying.
I think it is incredible. It is so much fun. 4 of our coasters have the lights out during the last hour of operation. So if you're already a thrill seeker, this just takes it up to a whole other notch.
All right, let's talk about tickets. Any good deals going on right now?
We do, yes. So we have a great Halloween ticket offer and also some bundles that include Hershey Park Halloween as well as our Dark Nights Haunted Houses.
Good.
You can get those on HersheyPark.com. Our offers actually end tomorrow. So if you're thinking of making plans for the fall, we encourage you to purchase your tickets now.
Okay, good to know. And obviously this is happening around Halloween. Are you encouraging people to come in costume, or is it better to be able to move through the park without any obstructions?
Yes, guests are encouraged to come in costume.
Okay.
12 and under have the trick-or-treating, so we invite them to wear their costumes and then come through for some candy and coasters.
You know, I've been holding on to summer, but this is getting me ready. This is an exciting time. Thank you for sharing the exciting stuff just up the road here. It's a good time.
Of course, yes. We hope to see you guys soon for Halloween.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, we want to check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Justin, you just went out to Hershey Park not long ago. What do you think about heading out there to the haunted rides?
I was so excited when I saw some of the signs like promoting it, and because even though it was in August when we went, but there's this one roller coaster, Megan, that goes like this, and then it goes like this.
Oh.
And I was like, I don't want to go on that one at all because that scares me. But at night, I think it'd be very cool. So
your stomach would drop.
Totally drop, yeah, for sure. We are taking a look outside. Gorgeous conditions right now to enjoy some chocolate. Hey, look, your chocolate's not melting this morning, at least not in your mouth. It's going to melt in your hands. What's the one? Milk chocolate that melts in your mouth, not in your hands. That's what it is, yeah. So either way, 57 is your temperature right now. What I'm trying to say is that it's going to be warmer this weekend where that chocolate will melt, because when we get to Sunday and Monday, we're right back to that summertime feel. No wind to speak of right now. 52 degrees, that's your dew point temperature, so the dry air remains in place at least for today. And tomorrow, actually not bad, but notice what happens with those dew point temperatures. They creep up a little bit each afternoon. By Sunday and Monday, we're going to see dew points in the 60s, which isn't bad, but it definitely will be stickier than what we've enjoyed the last couple of days. Hank the Bird, he's ready for the Ravens and the Orioles. Yeah, he's a Bird fan for sure. 63 next hour. This is Birdland after all. Upper 70s by noon and into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Look, I'd go ahead and keep the AC off. I mean, we've had that off for the last couple of days to let some of the fresh air in with the windows open. But, and there's a huge but here, you got to get that AC back on Sunday and Monday because the heat is returning. 80 is your temp. That's your average high this time of year. A lot of us in the upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland. And this is where the heat of the country is today. Lower 90s for Oklahoma City and Dallas. Upper 80s in St. Louis. 91 in Memphis. 88 in Nashville. So we're going to tap into that. All of that heat's going to move east, and we will see that as we head into the weekend, which means for your Ravens kickoff, 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, 85. Upper 80s by halftime. It will be a day where you'll want to make sure to stay hydrated and also get that sunblock on, especially if you're starting that tailgate pretty early. The reason why, this large ridge of high pressure keeping us high and dry over the next couple of days. As we get into Sunday and Monday, you'll see a little bit more of what we call a southerly flow. I always talk about that air that comes in from the south that's a little bit more humid and muggy, and that's why we'll change the pattern up and feel more summer-like toward the second half of the weekend. 6 days from right now, the fall equinox. Now remember, the fall equinox happens Thursday night. So really the first day of fall is next Friday. That's what we're looking at with that. 7-day forecast, 80s today, tomorrow, and into the weekend, 90 by Monday, upper 80s on Tuesday. And then, as I mentioned, fall is Thursday, still in the upper 80s by that point. Shout out to Melody, and look at this gorgeous shot of a hummingbird. How'd you capture that, Melody? I love that picture as we take a view through your window. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got to look at your traffic map here, and crews are clearing that incident on 695 there. You can see that on the bottom of the screen right there. A little bit of slowdowns on 795, but otherwise much better than what we saw earlier this morning. 8:51 in making headlines. Uber is investigating a cybersecurity incident, and this comes after a hacker shared evidence of breaching the company's computer systems with journalists and security researchers. It's not the first time that Uber has dealt with a security breach. The hacker stole data on 57 million driver and rider accounts in 2016. Uber reportedly paid to cover up that breach. Elon Musk is still fighting to get out of his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. And this comes after Twitter filed a lawsuit to try and force the billionaire to follow through with his commitment. On Thursday, Musk's legal team filed a public version of updated counterclaims against the company. The amended argument draws on whistleblower allegations that there were security and privacy vulnerabilities at Twitter. Former head of security, Mudge Zatko, actually testified. Peter Zatko testified that Twitter executives were warned of these insecurities but failed to act. CNBC reports that Tesla is struggling with its back to the office policy. The outlet saying that Tesla does not have the room or resources to bring everybody back. In the spring, CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk, made the rule that employees cannot work from home. And CNBC reports that Tesla is watching employee attendance records and that executives are getting detailed weekly reports of those who were absent. The outlet says Tesla did not respond to a request for comment. A dog that loves to hang out on the roof of her house is becoming the talk of the town in Glendale, Arizona. You got to see it to believe it. This is Nala, the husky right there. She actually scales the balcony of her backyard to get up there on the roof. Other dogs just watching in awe. Of course, it's the drawing a lot of attention and concern from people passing by, including law enforcement. They're wondering if she's okay. Her owners actually had to post on social media that she is not stuck, that she just loves the view.
We try to give her a limit, maybe 20 minutes, half hour, but during the winter, she could stay out there as long as she wants. We don't mind. At the end of the day, she's just enjoying the view out there.
Well, Nala not only likes to take walks on the roof of her home, but she also loves to take a dip in the pool in her backyard, just exploring her property there. Well, why don't you bring your best friend, maybe Nala, for a party in Pet Paradise just ahead, how you can take part in all the fun. But first, let's get the party started here with a coffee break. It is 9:15. The White House looking into potential legal action after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis facilitated 2 flights of migrants to Martha's Vineyard.
Now, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar is joining us live in Capitol Hill with what happens next. Atra.
Hey, good morning, Tom and Megan. So Governor DeSantis' move is the latest in this back and forth with Republican governors and Democratic mayors or governors. DeSantis says every community should be sharing the quote-unquote burden of immigration, but there are major legal questions about these specific flights to Martha's Vineyard. Axios was first to report that today cabinet members and White House officials will meet this morning to discuss litigation options for this transport of unauthorized immigrants from the border to other parts of the country. Many, including members of the administration, calling it an illegal stunt. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre pointing out that Fox News was alerted about the plan, but the Department of Homeland Security was not. So that may come up in any legal proceedings when you talk about intent. Now, attorney Rachel Self, she lives on Martha's Vineyard. She's gotten a specialty in immigration law, is telling local newspapers there, after speaking to some of these people, that she believes that this constitutes as kidnapping, as we're seeing and reading interviews with some of these migrants who say they were misled, promised jobs, assistance, visas. Some were even told that they were going somewhere else entirely, like New York City or Boston, only to show up on this island.
All right, well, I guess we'll go to another subject, though, even though that one is just an incredible subject. President Biden will be meeting with families of 2 Americans detained in Russia, Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. So, Atra, where do things stand on trying to get them home?
Well, look, Griner recently was sentenced to 9 years in Russian prison on drug charges, and Whelan is serving a 16-year sentence on espionage-related charges. And the government, the U.S. government, maintains that they're both wrongfully detained. And though they've spoken by phone, today's meetings with the families will be the first in-person talks with President Biden. Press Secretary Jean-Pierre says it's important to the president that Whelan and Griner's families know getting their loved ones home remains a priority for this administration. But we've heard members of both families express frustration about the lack of progress here. A prisoner swap with Russia has been in talks for a couple months now, but obviously it's not worked out yet.
All right, Atra Al-Nashar, thank you. Well, citing fears of voter fraud, today's number of the day fast forwards us to November's midterms. 49% of voters think voting by mail should only be allowed under certain circumstances for people who are unable to vote in person. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 43% think people should be allowed to vote by mail for any reason.
9:18 is the time on a Friday morning, and it's a great weekend ahead. Oh,
Feels good. Meteorologist Justin Chambers saying that it's going to feel good outside, too.
Yeah, just warm, guys, for tailgating, which, by the way, I can already smell the food in studio, and we're going to be talking about how you can make some really cool tailgating treats for your party or whatever if you're just watching the game at home on Sunday. Right there, M&T Bank Stadium, all the action and activity will be taking place. We know Shannon's been talking about it all morning, all sorts of great things there, getting set early for that game, which is a 1 o'clock game on Sunday afternoon. But right now, we're at 64 degrees, so our temperatures have risen just a little bit. No wind to speak of, and that dew point at 52 degrees, so the dry air stays in place. And that means that muggy meter stays in the green in that nice category, at least for another day. Even tomorrow's not going to be too bad, but it will start to get a little stickier as we head later into the weekend. Still have access to the pool, or if it's still open at your house, 84 tomorrow, upper 80s on Sunday. And you will need the pool Sunday and Monday, and even into Tuesday, because that summer heat is coming right back. Lower 80s for you in Dundalk over to Essex and Middle River. Almost 80 in Perry Hall and White Marsh today. 79 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Mid to upper 70s for you in Carroll County for Westminster and Eldersburg this afternoon. And numbers up and down the 95 corridor, mainly in the lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Heading down the ocean, 73 in Ocean City today. Great weekend to hang at the beach. We're in the mid 70s tomorrow and close to 80 on Sunday. That water temperature only 75 degrees. So no rain to get in your way, in very nice conditions. Let's talk football, shall we? With the Ravens, we know the Dolphins are in town, and the Dolphins are used to heat and humidity, but the Ravens, yeah, you know, sometimes we like to play when it's a little bit cooler, I think. 85 at kickoff, however, and upper 80s by halftime. We'll see what happens with that game. Make sure to stay hydrated and get that sunblock on as well. Tracking Tropical Storm Fiona, our latest tropical storm, 50-mile-an-hour winds. This is still tracking to the Leeward Islands here through the evening tonight and overnight hours. Going to stay south of Puerto Rico, but still impacting Puerto Rico on Saturday afternoon, and then turning over toward the Dominican Republic. Watch that right turn that it makes as we get into Sunday and Monday, and that's going to be tracking a little closer to home with numbers that will start to increase. Still tropical storm strength, but we'll obviously keep our eye on that to see if it's going to make a run at the East Coast. Here's a look at our future scan. Large ridge of high pressure keeping us high and dry. No real rain in sight. In fact, the only thing that's going to change up is the fact that we'll get more of that heat and humidity building in on the second half of the weekend. 45 days out until Halloween, just 69 days until Thanksgiving, and Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree. We are 100 days out, my friends. All right, here we go, our 7-day forecast. We got to get through some football first, and fall, which begins Thursday night, so you can see that on your 7-day forecast, even though next Friday will be the first full day of fall. Look at those 80s that stay with us into the middle of next week. Megan?
Looking pretty good. Justin, thank you. Well, if you missed the memo, the Ravens, they got a game this weekend against the Miami Dolphins at home. Just ahead, how you can prepare the best tailgate or viewing party at home.
And if you're actually going to the game at M&T Bank Stadium, we've got you covered there too. Coming up, everything you need to know before Sunday. It is 9:21. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Voter confidence right before. That's right. We're talking Ravens. Woo! Come on. Ravens hosting Miami Dolphins this weekend. Their home opener, and it's really not about the football. It's about the food.
It's always about the food. I mean, football is like secondary. You can see the tailgate or viewing party maybe hosting at your home. Stephanie Machera and Buck Frisch here, managers from Mount Washington Tavern, MWT. Good morning to both of you.
Morning.
Happy Purple Friday.
Happy Purple Friday.
Oh, my gosh. This is so exciting. You guys are talking flatbread, but not regular flatbread, buffalo chicken flatbread, right?
That's right.
All right, let's talk. Well, walk us through how you were going to put this together.
Yeah, so we are going to start with our house buffalo sauce.
Is it spicy? Like, real? Got some heat to it or no?
Got a
It's
kick.
got some heat.
Yeah, it's got a kick. Okay, good to know.
We can't give you the recipe.
No,
that's fine.
It's
That's
secret.
fine. But it's, you know, buffalo kind of sauce, right?
Yep.
For the base.
And you're just putting that on a regular kind of flatbread.
Yep. So this kind of is going to be like your tomato sauce base.
Ultimately, we're going to be trying to build out a pizza.
It's like a pizza, right?
Right.
Okay. But you guys call it a flatbread. What's the difference of a flatbread and a pizza? Anything?
The crust is like a little crispier, thinner,
Okay.
it's like a thin crust.
That makes sense.
Now, you have a really cool flatbread. You have a football-shaped flatbread. You don't need to. I've seen them, you can pick them up in any grocery store, round flatbread. Boom. Do
now,
that.
the chicken that you're doing right there, I can see is that blue cheese on there?
This is crumble blue.
Crumble blue. The chicken was also drenched in the same sauce. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, very cool. And you're just laying that on there. What's this?
These are our caramelized onions.
Yeah.
What's caramelized on them? Is there a sugar, a honey, a syrup? What do you put in there?
Yeah, sugar. They're sautéed with sweetness, and that kind of softens them up a little bit.
All right.
Breaks it up for you. Oh, and then we're going with some
cheese.
more.
More
Come on now.
cheese. Wait a second.
Cheese.
What kind of cheese is this?
This is cheddar.
So cheddar and blue cheese go okay.
All right, Stephanie,
Yeah, they go together.
yeah, that
so then
looks
you
great.
pop it in the oven.
Oh,
Pop
this
it
is
in
the
the oven.
magic of TV, everybody, because we have an oven in the studio. So you saw how you made it.
Yeah.
And then the finished product is...
Stephanie's going to be bringing that out for us. How long, then, are we talking about in the oven?
Ooh, look at
I'd
that.
say like 5-7 minutes until
5-7
everything's
minutes,
like
350?
bubbly and
Yeah, just watch it, check
350.
it. Of course,
Very
we've
hot
got the
oven.
recipe
Cheese is
on our
melted.
website, too.
Yeah,
Till the cheese is melted, pull it out, and that's ready to go.
Yep.
And you guys have something called appetizers.
Yes.
That's really cool. They're not just appetizers, Tom.
They're appetizers.
They're happy appetizers.
Yes, so those
right?
are what we offer as a special during football games. So we have a pretzel board.
Yeah.
We have a mini
Cheese and
nacho.
mustard.
Yeah,
Love it.
beer
Dipping.
cheese and nacho, mustard, and then we have a mini nacho. We have chicken bites, buffalo chicken bites.
All sorts of good stuff.
All sorts of good stuff during football games. Yes, Purple Friday. So lunchtime, Purple Friday, 11 to 4.
Yep.
We have a special menu. We have a few different things today. We brought our tacos, and then we also do drink specials. So we've got
right.
Natty Boh cans, transfusions.
Hour and a half,
There's some
Tom.
specials right there.
Yep.
Hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's Purple Friday,
Hour and a half.
11 o'clock. Mount
We'll be
Washington.
there. We'll be there.
Thank you guys for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having
Stephanie
us.
right there showing us how to whip it up here. Megan, this is not bad for tailgating options here. You can make them at home, they say.
Makes me very happy. I think I could make that for college football here this week as we're looking forward, guys. We've got the big noon kickoff right here on Fox 45 this Saturday. Coverage starts at 10. You put on the show. You make that flatbread ready for game time. Oklahoma's going to take on Nebraska at noon, followed by BYU and Oregon at 3:30. Toledo at Ohio State at 7. That's going to be a tough game for them. And Fresno State taking on USC at 10:30. Fox 45 News will air at 10:30 on our sister station WNUV. Now, also on Saturday, the CW will be airing HBCU games all throughout the season. This is courtesy of the Black College Sports Broadcasting Network. And this week, we've got Winston-Salem State University taking on Elizabeth City State University. Kickoff for that game is at 11. And then on Sunday, in case you didn't know, the Ravens have their home opener against the Miami Dolphins. We're excited to hear about it. Kickoff is at 1. Shannon Lilly's been breaking things down, letting you know what you need to know for the game. The Washington Commanders then will be taking on the Detroit Lions. That's at 1 o'clock, and you can watch that game live right here on Fox 45. Countdown to kickoff here. We are looking forward to Sunday's game against the Dolphins. We're going to let you know how you can get ready for the home opener.
Prosecutors in Marilyn Mosby's case are asking for a gag order. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why, plus when we could see it put in place.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It is Friday, September 16th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. We were tailgating earlier. We've got some fashionistas coming in to show off. Mark Clark's buying things right now. You know,
Good day.
It's a great weekend to be around the Baltimore region. Shannon Lilly's going to be talking about if you go to the game, a whole lot going on.
In the meantime, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what it's going to feel like at the game. You got it all covered.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. It's been a cool morning so far, and we're going to warm up as we head toward the afternoon. Back to the lower 80s today, and then that summer heat returns as early as tomorrow, but we're really going to feel it by Sunday and Monday. So our Towson camera looking good at this hour. Check out our numbers: 59 at Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. We're at 60 in Bel Air, 63 at Essex and Middle River, and 57 your temp in Glen Burnie right now. Out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Want to get that exercise going. Low to mid 70s for your temps, and we'll top out right about 82 today, drop into the lower 60s tonight, and then back to the mid 80s for tomorrow. We'll have a look at that full forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Yet another delay in the federal trial for Marilyn Mosby. Now, it will not happen until March of next year. And this morning, prosecutors are asking for a gag order following comments made by Mosby's attorney. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now from the federal courthouse. Olivia, what are you learning?
Yeah, Megan, that's right. Prosecutors in the case are asking for a gag order, and a judge ruled that the earliest the court would consider that gag order is in October. But prosecutors requested the order just one day after Scott Bolden, who's Marilyn Mosby's defense attorney, made angry comments right here outside the federal courthouse.
They've never prosecuted anybody before in the history of this country for taking their own money out of their retirement fund, 457B, under the CARES Act. Look at those numbers. Those are real numbers. They ought to scare you. Because if you're in the federal government, if you're in the state government, if you're an African-American politician working for the government, you are at risk because of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the city of Baltimore.
If a gag order is put in place, then the case would not be allowed to be discussed in public. In the filing, federal prosecutors say that, quote, Mr. Bolden's threatening comments pose the risk of prejudicing those jurors against the United States Attorney's Office, but a gag order has yet to be imposed, so we'll keep an eye on that. And as a reminder, Mosby's trial has been delayed until March 27th of 2023. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. We are now just 2 days away from the Ravens home opener, though, against the Miami Dolphins. And, of course, fans are getting excited. They'll be packing M&T Bank Stadium. Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with what you need to know if you do plan on going Sunday. Shannon.
Yeah, that excitement is building, Tom. And, of course, so will the crowd Sunday. So a few things to know to prepare you for game day. First, a look at the details. The Ravens take on the Miami Dolphins at 1 p.m. Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. The parking lots will open 4.5 hours before kickoff. Stadium gates will open 2 hours before game time. And this is important. You must enter the gate that is listed on your ticket. So speaking of tickets, you need to get yours ahead of time. All tickets will be digital, and you can access them through the Ravens app on your phone. Also, M&T Bank Stadium will be cashless for most all purchases. So just be sure you bring a debit or credit card. Google Pay and Apple Pay will also be accepted. Now, when it comes to the bag that you can bring, only a small clutch the size of your hand or clear purses that don't exceed 12 by 6 by 12 or a 1-gallon clear plastic freezer bag will be accepted as well. As for COVID protocols, you can expect enhanced cleaning and disinfection around the stadium, especially on high-touch surfaces like door handles and handrails. But you can find all this information and a whole lot more online at BaltimoreRavens.com. Most importantly, have fun and go Ravens.
Yeah, now also at that game, Shannon, the team and the fans will be honoring Ravens players Tony Siragusa and Jalen Ferguson.
Yeah, and that's a good point that you brought up there, Tom, because fans should actually be in their seats no later than 12:40 for that ceremony. And you'll remember that Siragusa and Ferguson passed away just within 24 hours of each other back in June. Siragusa's family will be on the field to remember the popular defensive tackle. And then following player introductions, there will be a moment of silence for outside linebacker Jalen Ferguson. Then after the national anthem, his family will be on the Ravens sidelines as honorary game captains. Now, Ravens players are also going to wear decals with the players' names and numbers right on their helmet. That's going to last all season in their honor. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
There are two of them, just one of me, but I still feel confident about my chances this week. Look, and they have props from Mix 106.5. Kramer and Jess are my challengers for this week's pigskin predictions. Man, I didn't come with anything but the purple.
Listen, we're ready. We've been ready. We've been waiting since last season for you, girl.
If you could see me, I'm shaking now. All right, well, let's get right to it. The home opener for the Ravens, how exciting is that? We've got Miami Dolphins coming in. What do you say?
We are going to win, period. We're going to win. I think last week we definitely had a slow start in the beginning, which is fine. We had to get back into the groove of things, but I don't think that's going to be the same issue on our home turf.
No. There's literally no concern, right? Does anybody have any concern that this is going to be a big W?
I mean, Miami beat us up bad last year.
That's last year. That's last year.
Right. That's old news.
That's old news.
This is
all right. Ravens all the way. Can't wait. Home turf. It's us all the way. All right. New York Jets at Cleveland Browns.
Well, first of all, always against the Browns, always against Cleveland. We hate them.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm going to give a little love to Joe Flacco because, you know, it wasn't too good for them last weekend on our part. So I'm gonna go for them this weekend.
Give them a win. After last week, you got to give them a win.
Oh,
they got,
look at that. Oh, hearts for you.
You got to.
Well,
you got
and
to.
all the love that they showed him when he did come in. They beat him up, you know, on the field. But there was a lot of love
whatever.
around. Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to go with Cleveland because all that love aside, I mean, I just don't think that you can stop their run game. So
wow.
I'll go with the Browns.
Okay.
Bold choice.
Okay.
Hey, it's what I'm here to do. All right. New England Patriots at Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, again, never the Steelers. Never again.
It doesn't matter who else you want to say.
Basically, against everyone else in the AFC North, we hate them. So I have to go against the Steelers.
I love how we don't go with stats or anything. It's just limited.
Right,
Do we like
right.
them or do we not? This is turning into Mean Girls of football over here. We don't like them. They can't sit at the table. No.
So in my heart of hearts, I agree with that sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're going to win.
No.
I think they are. I mean, they're at home.
Because?
Because I don't know.
Because last weekend.
I think it's all right. I can make an argument for either of these teams. Just something tells me that the Steelers are going to win because they're at home. I just feel like that's what's going to happen.
That's fine if that's what you want to say.
Oh, she's shaming me.
How dare
Maybe
you?
Rightfully so, though. Oh. All right, let's move on. Let's move on quick. Cincinnati Bengals at Dallas Cowboys. And here again, I probably shouldn't, but I'm going with the Bengals.
Don't say it.
Wow.
You know we cannot root for them in any way, shape, or form. Don't you say it. We hate Joey Burrow. We hate him.
Listen, I think it's going to happen. I mean, I just think the Bengals are going to win. I mean, they were Super Bowl, then they went. Then they yeah.
No, Joey's distracted. He's out here hanging
last
out.
week. They're gonna come back. I mean, they lost big after coming from the Super Bowl.
It doesn't matter. Again, who do we like? Who do we not? Who's in the club and who's not? Who cares about stats?
All right. Well, okay. One more. We got to get to the last one. Tampa Bay Buccaneers and New Orleans Saints.
Okay, you know what? Some tea here. I kind of feel like Tom Brady may be off his game because of all the drama going on with him and Giselle. So maybe they might lose.
But betting against Tom Brady's that's tough. That'd be a tough thing to do. I'm gonna go with the Bucs. I'm gonna go with the Bucs. I think it's hard to bet against Tom Brady. I'm sorry, but I think that's.
I could go either way here, but because I've differed with you all on so many, just to show the love between us, I'm going with the Bucs. How about that?
All right.
Love it.
All right. Well, share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
Coming up, friends from SPCA are here to tell us about two big adoption events. And as you see right there, our pet of the week that's coming up right after the break. Temperatures in the low 80s today, but could those temperatures rise this weekend? Summer-like, meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at how hot it's going to get over the next few days. 9:41, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:43, and it is time now for one of my favorite segments, What's in the Box? The Maryland SPCA is here. Brittany, Roger, and Snorlax is in the box.
Snorlax.
Oh, my goodness.
She is a snuggle monster.
A little kitten. Do you know how old she is?
3 months.
Oh, she's a baby.
Yes.
So tell me about her personality.
Well, she's just really snuggly.
She wants to be held.
Yes.
And even, you know, we play this game a lot of what's in the box, and usually when we open it, they come jumping out. Snorlax just kind of like crawled out, peeked out, very calm for a kitten.
Yeah, she's pretty calm. I mean, she does like to play.
Oh,
she does like to explore, but I think as she ages, she's going to become a lap cat.
Okay.
Yes.
And tell me, when is she available?
Now.
So you can bring her home this weekend. She can watch the game with you from the comforts of your man caves downstairs. Look how cute she is.
She's available at the shelter today at 1 o'clock at 3300 Falls Road. And then this weekend, we have an adoption event at Timonium Discount, Fairground Liquors.
And this is cats, dogs, everybody.
It's kittens.
Oh, just kittens at this one?
Yep.
Okay.
So next weekend.
Oh, I see the kitten
next weekend we have the festival.
That's what I was thinking.
And there's going to be all sorts of loving furry critters running around.
And that's the one that the dogs are encouraged, and there's costumes and, all right, the festival for the animals next week, and this weekend the kitten event. Snorlax up for adoption. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Snorlax. Good girl. We want to send it over now to Tom.
Hey, thank you, Megan. As the war between Russia and Ukraine drags on, military alliance NATO, key player, and the U.S., a pivotal member. Cheryl Atkinson is joining us now with a preview of this week's full measure report from NATO Allied Air Command in Germany. Cheryl, why is Russia President Putin so fixated on NATO?
Well, because NATO is a very powerful Western military alliance for which he really has no balance. Back in the days of the Soviet Union, they had something called the Warsaw Pact, which was the balance to NATO, but that's gone now. And Putin has long said he will not accept a NATO country at his doorstep. If you look at a map, as we will do on Sunday, you can see how much of Russia's western border is covered by Ukraine. Sunday on Full Measure, we are the first U.S. crew allowed inside NATO's Allied Air Command at Ramstein Air Base in Germany to talk about what's happening and the U.S. role in all of it.
Yeah, a whole lot more on your show this coming weekend, too. Cheryl, thank you. Now, you can hear and watch Full Measure Sundays starting at 10 o'clock and then at 11 Sunday night right here on Fox 45. Holding up in style, too, as fans prepare for the home opener Sunday. What better way to show support than some stylish outfits for the game? Take a look at this. All ages, too, the best outfits for opening day after the break. An important weekend for the O's as they compete for a playoff spot. Why this weekend series against Blue Jays might be the biggest series of the season. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Welcome back, everybody. 9:49 is your time right now on your Weather Authority forecast. And looking out over the Key Bridge, we've got a few clouds kind of hanging around, but overall plenty of sunshine on the way. We've had a cool morning. Temperature still in the mid-60s, staying near average for today with plenty of sunshine and then warmer temps for the weekend. We're on our way to a high of 82 today, which will be a little warmer than yesterday. But the good news is our mugginess trend stays in check, at least for today and for most of tomorrow. But you can kind of see that indication that we'll see those dew point temperatures rising into Sunday and Monday and getting a little bit muggier, especially as we start talking about football on Sunday. 70 next hour on your day planner, hanging out at M&T Bank Stadium. We know it's going to be packed on Sunday afternoon, but 2 o'clock today into the lower 80s, and we'll see those numbers rise into that into the lower 80s as we take you into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. So doing happy hour or grilling out today. No issues with that at all. Upper 70s and lower 80s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 82 in Baltimore City, 76 in Annapolis this afternoon. The hot temperatures or the heat in the country really in the Central Plains and over parts of Oklahoma and Texas. Lower 90s there today, 91 in Memphis, 88 in Nashville and St. Louis. That heat is going to move east. So by Sunday afternoon, we're going to be tapping into a lot of the hot and humid conditions. As we take a look at that Ravens cast, we know that the Dolphins will be in town on Sunday afternoon. 85 at kickoff, 88 by halftime. So it is going to be a warm and even hot afternoon, but we've got nice sunny skies in store for you. Not really tracking any rain. That's because we have this large ridge of high pressure that's going to be over the top of us over the next couple of days. And again, keeping the rain away. 6 days out until the fall equinox, 45 days from now until Halloween. So just 6 weeks from Monday. All right, here's that 7-day forecast taking you into the Ravens weekend. We'll see those low to mid 80s today and tomorrow with upper 80s on Sunday, 90 on Monday. So the heat stays with us into early next week. Even that first day of fall on next Thursday, still in the upper 80s. Heating up over there, right, Meg?
Oh, my gosh. You gave us the forecast. Now we are getting the style ready for that home opener. And this morning, we're always happy to have Lana Ray back with us. And we're getting right to the outfits to wear to M&T.
Yes, let's go. Come on, guys. I've got 4 looks.
It's good to have you back in person,
You too.
by the way.
It's so great to see you.
So game day, wardrobe number 1. Come on in.
Come on, Grayson. This is perfect if you're at the office and it's casual Friday, it's Purple Friday. He's got the button up, it's got the natty bow, the helmet, the Ravens, and he's got the mug. The mug says crab cakes and football.
You are going to be the talk of your workplace here this morning.
And this is from Route 1 Apparel.
Awesome. All right, we're going to keep them coming, guys. Lots of outfits for you for Purple Friday leading into the big game. Our next outfit, oh, isn't she cute?
This is Yajay. She's wearing a custom one-of-a-kind sweater by my girl Brandy of Psycho Designs. This was just made last night.
I got to touch it.
Shout out to Lamar on the front.
Yeah.
I absolutely love this. Her pieces are unisex and they're custom.
And she classed it up with the jewelry, too.
The jewelry and the gloves. Let's see the gloves. So very high fashion look. PsychoDesignHouse.com. It's SYEKO. Go Psycho. That's my girl, Brandy.
And we've got the revolving here. We got another one for you.
It's like a revolving window. This is Cindy.
Goodness.
Shout out to the best kicker in the NFL.
Oh, my gosh.
Our own, Justin Tucker.
You got to be careful wearing that at the office.
Holy Tuck, right. This is great, especially it's getting cold out, so long sleeve sweater. And if you guys can zoom in on her hat, it's got the Baltimore skyline. And then turn around on the back, 410.
Oh, I love it. And last but not least, Lana, I don't mean to rush through, but we got to see this last one right here, too.
And that one is Route 1 Apparel at route1apparel.com.
That makes sense.
JR, this is a statement piece, also Psycho Designs.
Oh, my gosh.
Absolutely. And can we see his sleeves?
A statement? Lana, where are we wearing this?
You can wear it anywhere. I would wear this to the grocery store, honestly.
Would you? Oh, my gosh.
It's got the wings on the sleeve, so that's also from Psycho Brandy. It's Psycho Design House, another custom piece. And show us this. It's got the,
every occasion, we got you covered. We got Ravens on everything. Thank you so much, and to all the models here today. Well, coming up, we're going to have a cooler start to the day, but we know temperatures are going to reach the low 80s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with that 10-day forecast.
thought I was allergic to fish.
Okay. You ready for some football?
We are all ready for football. We're talking about the tailgate food. Taylor's like, wait, I work here and they bring food in
They
the
bring
morning?
food every day.
Yeah, tacos at 9 a.m.
That's what it's all about. Let's take a look at our 10-day forecast, guys. Of course, looking at M&T Bank. 82 today, 84 tomorrow. Already going to be a bit warmer tomorrow, but look, I mean, 88 Sunday, 90 Monday. That heat is definitely not done. Summer is not over, but you look ahead to next weekend. That's the first weekend of fall. It'll start cooling down.
And the first weekend of Taylor on Fox 45 Morning News.
Let's not rush summer out of here, you guys. Let's let it linger for a bit.
worry. Well, one more weekend.
You know
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah. But, you know, pumpkin spice, all that good stuff.
Good, yes.
We're ready?
Just when I was on the same thing with you.